of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of businessmen.
You are watching Business Day Television. You are watching.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's start your morning with the headlines today. MPC holds benchmark interest rate as inflation slows. JAMB to release rescheduled results for 379,000 candidates tomorrow. Senate moves to court EFCC ICPC powers to create asset recovery agency. UN says no aid distributed so far in Gaza as UK suspends Israel trade talks. Leicester City charged for violating EPL profit and sustainability rules. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Monetary Policy Committee on Tuesday, May 20th, kept the monetary policy rate, also known as the benchmark interest rate, steady, signaling a cautious stance as inflation showed signs of moderation in April. The central bank governor Olayemi Cardoso announced this decision after the second two-day MPC meeting of the year held in Abuja. According to Cardoso, the committee chose to pause and assess the impact of previous policy adjustments on inflation, economic growth, and exchange rate stability before taking further action. At its last meeting in February 2025, the MPC maintained the interest rate at 27.5% following the rebasing of the Consumer Price Index, signaling the reintroduction of a real rate environment. Moving on, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has revealed that the board will be releasing the results of 379,000 candidates who sat for the rescheduled Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination today, Wednesday, May 21, 2025. The board spokesperson Fabian Benjamin confirmed the receipts conducted between Friday and Monday following widespread complaints of technical and human errors during the initial UTME examination would be released on Wednesday. The JAMB Registrar Ishak Oloyede had on Friday, May 10, revealed that 379,000 candidates were affected, with 206,610 across 65 centers in Lagos and 173,387 in 92 centers in the southeastern state. Oloyede publicly accepted responsibility, breaking down in tears while announcing a makeup exam for the affected candidates. Still on, the Senate has on Tuesday passed for a second reading a bill seeking to amend the Proceeds of Crime and Management Act for 2022 with a proposal to establish a new centralized agency to manage assets and properties recovered from unlawful activities. According to reports, the bill, sponsored by Senator Idiat Oluroti Adebole, Lagos West, aims to improve accountability, transparency, and efficiency in handling recovered assets through the removal of asset management duties from the 18 agencies currently tasked with prosecution and property management under the existing law. Senator Adebole, leading the debate on the floor of the Senate, described the amendment as a necessary step to address overlapping functions and inefficiencies embedded in the current law. To end the local news, Budget, a civic tech organization focused on public finance transparency, has revealed that the National Assembly inserted 11,122 projects worth 6.9 trillion naira into the 2025 federal budget, raising serious concerns about fiscal abuse and political manipulation. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed the 2025 54.9 trillion naira budget into law in February after it was passed by the federal lawmakers. The organization's report paints a troubling picture of Nigeria's budgeting process, one it described as a playground for self-serving political interests. The report showed that insertions were made with little to no justification, undermining national planning and diverting funds away from essential development priorities. And on the foreign scene, the United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric has revealed that no humanitarian aid has been distributed so far in Gaza. According to Dujarric, the trucks have been parked and waiting for nearly 8 hours, while a branch of the Israeli military says 93 aid trucks have entered Gaza after an 11-week blockade. The United Kingdom, however, says it has suspended trade talks with Israel, with Foreign Secretary David Lammy telling Parliament that the war has entered a dark new phase. The European Union has also ordered a review of its free trade agreement with Israel, insisting that saving lives must be the top priority. Also, French authorities have launched a nationwide hunt for thousands of tiny Chinese-made telephones used by convicts to continue criminal activities from inside prison. According to reports, the small telephones are almost entirely plastic, having a reputation for being virtually invisible to metal detectors. Under the Operation Prison Break announced on Tuesday by the Cybercrime branch of the Paris Prosecutor's Office, prison officers have been authorized to conduct searches in 500 cells and 66 detention centers. Investigations carried out by officials, however, showed that the devices were nicknamed suppositories by prison inmates because of their ease of concealment. And now to sport, Leicester City have been charged by the Premier League over alleged breaches of the EFL's financial rules for the 2023-24 season. Reports reveal that these 3 new charges, announced on Tuesday, May 20th, relate specifically to last season when Leicester were in the Championship. If found guilty, the Foxes, who will play the second tier again next term following relegation, could be handed a point deduction. The club also revealed on Tuesday that they are still clearing separate charges previously brought by the Premier League relating to the 2022-2023 season, as they now face a fresh legal battle. To end the news, Pep Guardiola has revealed that Kevin De Bruyne is only behind Lionel Messi in his passing ability as his final Manchester City match approaches. De Bruyne announced that he would be leaving City at the end of the season last month when his contract ends after 10 years at the Etihad Stadium. De Bruyne has lifted 16 trophies, ranking highly by Guardiola, who has managed the likes of Xavi, Andres Iniesta and David Silva during his time at Barcelona and City. The Spaniard believes that world-class player Lionel Messi remains the only one player ranked higher than De Bruyne in the season. That does it this morning on the Bdtv Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is a newspaper review. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run
sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other state, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body. We have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can break the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After that, you use it to work. Like you will see what is there now. After painting, that is why you get all these finishings work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working now, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as far as forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating because now we are under the bridge. But see yet we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some times ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are abroad now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are only trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia product for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could sit down one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything. Yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we'll cut it. I think we brought it to book. Those are the online markets and those that do the events. They are really promoting us. That's how we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by gods. We have two types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber, okay. One is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves. Oh. So those are the three major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. You know, it's from God. Mm-hmm. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
can I?
Yes. They brought this one from like this one. This one you see now. This is rubber, but we call it rattan. Okay. They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane. When you see that, you like it. But
it's fine.
Yes. But even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and without they begin to start to produce this long ago. And it is we that are doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we learn work from them. But we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will learn work from you. And that's why we take over the business.
Dear leader, the time of increased uncertainty, unpredictability, and volatility is not a time to shrink, it's a time to expand. That is why I'm inviting you to join me and a small group of leaders on May 23 and 24, 2025 in Lagos, Nigeria. Yes, you need to see with new eyes, right? To recognize the opportunities and the obstacles. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing together at the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. Remember, accelerator. Some people are going to go 10x, 100x, 1000x after this session together. The first day we meet together, it's networking. That's one of the major places where you make your money at a meeting like this. And then most of the day on Saturday, 24th May. So register right away, grab your seat. See you on May 23.
Making big shifts is first about quality before it is about quantity. So sometimes what we want to do is to do more of what we're doing now. That will get some progress. That will bring some increase, but it's usually arithmetic. If you want the geometric one, the big jump, you realize it's not that you're going to get more than 24 hours. It's the same 24 hours. It's the same use, it's the same resources. It's more about quality than quantity. That's what I'm saying. It's more about who you are. It's more about your thinking. It's more about perspective. It's more about how you see the world.
Dear leader, when you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now, to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered a master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary, and this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink, it's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity, you don't increase quantity, you actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast, and I look forward to seeing you on May 23.
Welcome back. This is still the Bdtv Breakfast Show, and now we are set to see what we have on the front pages of the newspaper this morning. I'm not doing this alone this morning. I'm joined by Mohammed Akonji, our very own favorite in-house analyst today.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Is it Wednesday?
Is it Wednesday?
Yeah, so happy Wednesday
Thank
to
you very much. Okay.
You know, Nigeria, we say everything.
Happy
Happy Monday,
day.
happy Tuesday.
I mean, just to be able
happy
to,
Wednesday.
at least the president got back yesterday, and
it's back from the
from Rome, and a lot of, I'm sure, a lot of close rankings, a lot of activities have actually been panning out ahead of, second year anniversary next week. I think just a week from now, right? 22nd, yes. Next week Thursday, right? Okay. And then we've been seeing, different dynamics, different posturings, and how the government will likely be able to tell us what have been done so far. At least it's a scorecard and the ministers. So I'm sure it landed yesterday night around 12 a.m. early this morning from Rome. And then he's actually filled with high spirits and then basking.
Why is he in high spirits?
Of course, maybe the time of deals that he said he has closed.
From Rome?
Yeah, from Rome. And it appears that there's a detour to France. It was actually not very evident from the president itinerary, but it felt like certain things have actually been closed in respect of, the growth momentum for the nation. And that will likely be able to, push the country to that desired level that is always be able to expect. But I'm sure the papers are also packed full today.
Absolutely, and let's just see what we have on the papers this morning.
About them.
Right.
CBN.
So we'll start off this morning with the Business Day paper. It's serious business in the front page of Business Day paper, just as expected. So the big story on the front page of Business Day today says, CBN holds key rate on hazy global outlook. Inflation slowing amid trade tensions. Electricity tariff, FX demand, key risks. That's the big story on the Business Day paper this morning. And then we also see another one here. It says, tech firms defy economic headwinds to sustain sevenfold growth. Now, there's also another story, just Time magazine names Dangote among top 100 global philanthropists. Well done to Dangote, always doing amazing. But let's start off by talking about the CBN, the biggest story there.
The biggest story, of course. I'm sure it's blazoned most of the papers since yesterday. I think we had a big story discussion around what the CBN will likely do, and just what like most analysts predicted, the CBN, steadied the rates, maintained the rate as well to ensure that yes, we are not out of the hood yet, and they needed to be able to see near development, near activity development for them to be able to know what next steps to be able to take. But you may recall that 2 months ago, that was in February, or 3 months ago, 3 months ago, when the last MPC meeting was actually held, they maintained the same rate of 27.5. So this makes the second consecutive MPC meeting where the rate is held. But remember, that's going to be able to follow from about 6 times increment that we had last year. In fact, economists, analysts, industry watchers were actually complaining for how long will we continue to be able to, increase the rates, or for how long we continue to be able to tighten the monetary space that the CBN did last week. So what you notice first is just that the rate was held at 27.5%, which was the rate that has held steadied in the last few years. The CRR, which is the cash reserve ratio, was also at about 50%. Deposit ratio at 16% for merchant banks. The liquidity ratio was 30%, while the asymmetric corridor was around, I think we explained that to our people yesterday, was between minus 100 and 500 basis points. And what all those mean, what's the implication of all those, of course, is on the productivity segment of the economy, on the business sentiment and the business confidence. And that is why if you see most of the other papers this morning, they reported that organized private sectors, Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, actually complained about this rate, because what they were actually arguing for was just a reduction in rates, because plus 500 basis points simply means that overnight lending from central bank is 27.5.
Overnight lending.
Okay, so that's what we call it. It's just like a finance term. So commercial banks who go to the central bank to get these loans, get that rate of 27.5. So the banks are allowed to be able to add their own margin to it. That is asymmetric corridor.
Okay.
Or up to about plus 500 basis points.
Right.
So that's about like 5%, which is like 32.5% is what the banks can now give loans to. You understand? To commercial banks. So commercial banks now give it to businesses who wanted to be able to use this, to stimulate their businesses, to to be able to stimulate and get something to be able to manage their business with. So that is talking about 32.5% interest rates. And just like we agreed yesterday, that can be strangulating. That can really be able to stymie a lot of businesses, from actually be able to reach that goal. But the central bank at the same time felt like, yes, inflation dropped in April, just like we said, both the core inflation, the headline inflation, and the food inflation dropped. But to them, we are not out of the hoods yet. They need to be able to see the near development dynamics and the trajectory for them to know what will likely be able to do. And that's what I was discussing yesterday, was that, of course, for the first 6 months, we expect them to be able to hold the rate steadied. Then maybe by end of June, by the time we're able to move the second half of the year, and if we're able to maintain that inflation drop, consistently on a month-on-month basis, maybe we'll actually be able to consider a situation where the central bank can be thinking of, cutting the rates, dropping it as the case may be. But just like we need to mention as well, there are also other challenges that businesses are faced with. This is just one of them. Electricity cost is there. Foreign exchange stability is also another factor. And then the businesses are still much worried, for the fact that I'm still much worried about the rate hold that the central bank announced yesterday and how it's actually be able to hit deep into their business. Think for manufacturing, for example, on cost alone, because of the interest income that actually be able to pay, interest they pay on their loans has actually been able to escalate their cost to about more than 40%, 40 times of what they used to be able to produce or whatever they're able to do right before now. So all these are some of the important dynamics that are actually going to be able to affect businesses. But the central bank as well, whose primary role is price stability. Remember, that is their primary role. The core function of the central bank is to ensure that you maintain price stability, to ensure you hold inflation. We also ensure that those structural changes are kept on hold, to ensure they don't bolt out of their grasp, and then be able to control inflation.
All right.
Keep you able to be on the lookout for it.
Yeah, we'll just be on the lookout for that. Let's see what we have on the Punch paper this morning. The big story on the Punch paper this morning says, May 29 says Tinubu's to review ministers' scorecards as the biggest story on the Punch paper this morning. Also, to receive dollar outflow for fuel imports surges to 119%, and that continues on page 20 of the Punch paper this morning. Again, on the top middle part of the Punch newspaper this morning, it says federal panel submits key report on census funding. And then on page 2, it says states to draft new framework for local government autonomy. And then down, down on the bottom side of the Punch paper this morning, it says federal government to auction 73 duplexes seized from Emefiele. I think that's very something. That's very 753 duplexes seized from Emefiele. And then on the bottom left-hand side of the Punch paper this morning, it says immigration mobilizes joint task force against terror threat. And then on page 4 and 5, missing Lagos bankers' calls found in the morgue. That's really tragic. Then OPS faults MPC over 27.5% interest rate. We already spoke about that, but let's talk about Tinubu's to review ministers' scorecard. It says president may get ministers' new assessment report this week. Low performing ministries under pressure. Let me start by asking you. Let me hear the Mohammed scorecard first of all. What are some of the low-performing ministries to you?
Maybe, I don't know if I'll be able to flip the script and they'll start with maybe the ones that we know they're actually performing.
Okay, they're performing.
I think there are also the low-performing ones. Yes. Maybe at least all Nigerians is actually in accord to the fact that, okay, maybe the Ministry of Interior is doing well. Okay. We've seen what he has done with Nigerian Immigration Service, the customs services, and the passport issuance has actually been accelerated in terms of timing. Yes, it's quite faster now in terms of the procedures involved in actually being able to get the passport. So a lot of people acknowledge what he has done. They have been concerned about, there have actually been, lofty ideals, praises as well for the Minister of Federal Capital Territory. Forget about the political challenges that's been having. There have been reports that he has actually been doing well in terms of infrastructural development in in Abuja. But the question is, there are just only be few ministers that you can be able to count on the top of your head that actually be able to perform during this administration. That is another very important thing. But remember, the president...
You've only mentioned one, though.
That's what I'm saying. I said the Interior, maybe the Federal Capital Territory, and maybe the two other ministers that we could be able to say. To me, that at least that we can say have actually been above board. You understand now. The others, look at power. They are still complaining about the Ministry of Power. In fact, concerns where that he's more concerned about 2027 election in Oyo State because he wants to become the governor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, perhaps he has. It was a gubernatorial candidate in 2023 because they lost out on the APC to Sheyi Makinde, and that there's still feelers arising from his camp that he's still very much interested in picking the ticket for APC in 2027. That's power. Today, Nigerians are actually complaining about, despite what he has done in power, he appears to actually be more concerned about, about his political ambition than actually be able to deliver on the mandate given to him. Is it about maybe marine and blue economy? What has been going on there? I'm just talking about the ones that are not performing to me that we've seen. The last time the president did this cabinet reshuffle, maybe just able to take a little bit of a memory lane. We know some ministers, Minister of Education, there are some reshufflement, some ministers were redeployed, some were eventually dropped. The Minister of Education, for example, at the moment was formerly Minister of State for Health before he was redeployed to Education. Then the Minister of Education, because of the issue around 60 years age to be able to write JAM or not, was eventually dropped. But now, the question there is that the president in October 2023, when they had a ministerial briefing, he mentioned to all of them that there is a special advisor to the president on Central Report Delivery Committee led by Adiza Bala Usman. The woman there was actually the one who is actually able to do a performance scorecard of each of the ministers and how they are performing and what they have actually done so far. Of course, he gave the last report, which was last year when we recorded the last cabinet reshuffle that the president did. And there were also feelers, very strong indication that by May 29, the other thing the president will likely do is to be able to assess the performance of ministers, because sources, inside the Punch correspondents who are actually very, very close to presidency, even though the names were not mentioned, we're actually telling them that in fact the ministers have been jostling around Aso Rock now to be able to have a queue as to, okay, what are the names, what are actually the performance score, what have actually the ministers performed, And the CDCU actually mentioned that 75% is the performance mark, is the score.
Okay.
For you to actually say that because you should be able to achieve 75% pass mark for you to actually say that yes, this minister has actually performed. But just like we said, these will actually be part of the whole gamut of things that will happen by the 29th of May, which expectations are there that the president will likely announce. The president is different for as well as most of his ministers. That yes, some of these ministers are performed. Just like I said, in terms of performance, maybe we can just be able to point to 2 or 3, as I said, Minister of Interior, the Minister of FCT, you understand? But if you talk about the non-performing, in fact, there are other ministers, Minister of Agriculture, if I ask you, I'm not even sure you know who the Minister of Agriculture is. You can't be able to imagine.
Right now, I can't
even
be
able to imagine. So, maybe except those ones that are just, maybe the ones that are already, because he was actually involved in political dispute with his godson. I'm talking about Wike. Maybe that's why even people knew him more for that. Yeah, from my indications or from discussions we had, yes, there were reports who is actually a performing minister. Is delivering on his mandate as a minister in Federal Capital Territory, at least some people there said. When it comes to infrastructure, he's actually given that, and he was actually awarded the Minister of the Year by one of the media agencies, the media houses. But after the 49 of them, just like I said, maybe you can only count 2, 3, or 4 that are actually doing quite well. It will
actually be also good to see the president reel out his own scorecard.
Okay, of course, on 29. Of course, he will do that on 29. He has no choice.
He has to also reel out his own scorecard also.
Be able to assess him and appraise him as well.
There's a whole lot. There's a whole lot.
So I know that definitely on 29th of May, there will be a presidential speech early in the morning, which is the usual tradition.
Right.
And I'm sure one of the things he's going to be able to mention, just like he mentioned in Rome, is that we have turned the corner. I could be able to sense that from that Nigeria has turned the corner. Oh, you can see the World Bank has praised us. The IMF has praised our policies. They've praised our reforms. Yes, we are not fully out of the doldrum yet, but the only way to go is definitely hope.
Are you sort of like giving?
No, I'm just able to preempt. That's definitely what I'm going to say.
Are you preempting what?
Yes, what is likely to say next week Thursday?
Yeah. Are you sure you're not the one that writes the speech?
No, because I'm sure. Okay, what I'm saying here is I could be able to deduce that from what he said in Rome.
What he would say.
You understand now?
Because the lines you've used, turn the corner, doldrum,
we've turned the corner,
all of
everything.
That. Are those the things he says?
Yeah, of course. Things around, yes, we really turned the corner, and then the only way to go now is up and not down. In his word, the word of the president. The only way we can go. The Nigeria can go. To him now, we can never go worse than this. The only next place for us to go is only up.
I mean, that's what a leader could only do. You
inspire
have to
confidence.
Inspire confidence
and
just
confidence in people.
Let them confidence. Know even when we're not seeing it, you might just say. But then we also need to talk to mark the actions. But let's move to the other story, the big story on the Punch paper this month. It says federal government to auction 753 duplexes seized from Emefiele. Firstly, I just want to talk about the fact that these people are actually enjoying, because that's all I can say. Because there are people that do not even have homes, don't even have a 1-bedroom apartment to live in. When you move out on the street, you're seeing people that are living abject poverty.
I mean,
under the bridges, places. I know some people personally in my area that are literally staying on swamps. And then there's somebody with, I think 753 duplexes. Yes. They are all his properties.
I mean, it's just been confiscated. It's just, the court forfeited it to the federal government. Of course, it's been linked to him. He hasn't come out at the time. It was really, disappointing when the news broke again this morning. But remember, this was actually from last year when the actual owner, the actual owner was actually not revealed.
Okay.
But the federal government through the EFCC approached the Court of Appeal to be able to order for future, where it was eventually granted. But recent news emerging now reveal that those duplexes is in Abuja over there. And this is not the only one. In fact, there also report by Guardian this morning about some of his other assets that are outside, some of them are in the US, that Emefiele acquired while he was still the governor of the central bank. These are just a few of those that have actually been, forfeited or that have actually been seen. There are still other ones there. And if you see those blocks of flat that are there in the duplexes, they are, you know that certain sum of money have actually been invested
Right.
have actually been pumped in those particular property
Right.
because, you know, the EFCC was actually being quizzed. Okay, who is actually the owner of these properties? But now federal government eventually come out to now tell us that, okay, yeah, fine. The property actually be able to belong to Emefiele and some of his cronies who were also there with him while he was in central bank. The auction process is starting today. I think they started with just through the EFCC. They've gotten the forfeiture. And this is just one out of myriads
I mean, if
of
they're
cases
auctioning
that
these
is definitely
houses,
be able to dangle on this man's head today.
if they're auctioning these houses and people are going to get them at cheaper rates, or
But the question is even like,
prices,
just like you talk about
and then people are able
housing
to get
challenges that
homes.
we have.
Good
Thank
one.
you. Perhaps.
Good
But
one, really.
You can imagine people that would have suffered the casualties that would have resulted from the money, because this was the money that was diverted for this purpose. Don't forget, was not his personal money.
Of course.
Was just because by the virtue of actually being the Caesar, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria.
Yes.
And then that allowed you to just be able to corner everything for your own personal purpose. And just like I said, this is just one. There are more than 11 to 12 different cases that EFCC had against Emefiele, you know, and then other ones are just running side by side at different courts, at different levels, as to how he has actually been able to, you know, maybe you should at least commend the FCC for this.
No, we actually must commend the FCC. I think that's one
to get this out.
One organization which has really been working. I mean, there even some people will even say
maybe people will actually be able to beg to differ with you anyway.
Well, I mean, everyone has their opinions because the same way, you know, the EFCC, we've also condemned them, should I say, because of the fact that at times they do go overboard, especially when they go at night to do, you know, the night raids and all of that. So you know how it is, the carrot stick. Sometimes you
give
praise
them,
sometimes you also correct, and then, you know, it is what it is.
But
let's talk about this other story on page 29 that says dollar outflow for fuel imports surges to 119%.
So that is still an offshoot of Wale Edo, because we still have fuel importers, despite the fact that we have local production, especially in the last 2 months. Close to about 598 billion naira worth of fuel has been imported into the nation. And for them to be able to import, definitely they will request for foreign exchange. So that's also been putting slight of a pressure, even though it's not been competitive enough, because the landing cost of fuel, of imported fuel, the landing cost is still like about 897, which is still a bit higher compared to the price of the local ones that are actually refined. But I'm sure the demand from fuel importers, you know, those actually the producers who are importing fuel, is putting slight pressure on our foreign exchange. That also needs to be checked, and that's what I think Mr. Wale was actually complaining about yesterday during the gathering. Is actually able to have with stakeholders to ensure, okay, we still need, yes, why as much as possible the government want competition. We cannot afford to just keep giving, you know, foreign exchange to importers when we have alternatives that we can actually be able to leverage on locally.
Absolutely. Let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning, because we're running out of time. Now, the biggest story on the Vanguard paper this morning says NAS and budget disagree over 6.9 trillion naira budget and projects in budgets 2025. It says how NAS inserted 11,122 project budgets, and the 2025 appropriation bill interrogated passed based on exact amount presented. And then on the top side of the Punch, the Vanguard paper this morning says Disco's performance in power supply disappointing, and this is according to federal government. You know, we're talking about some of the ministries that are working and the ones that are not working. Now, there's also another story here that says UTME results due to human error, not technical glitch. Well, they've also alluded to the fact that it's both human error and technical glitch, because for a technical glitch to occur, there's also there's also the human factor. Now, there's this one in 2027, 5 Southeast governors are with Tinubu. This is from Umahi. And then Lamido says, how I begged Yaradua not to fight Obasanjo. This continues on page 13 of the Vanguard papers. Now, you might want to get the Vanguard papers this morning. There's this really tragic story that we'll probably touch on during the social listening. It says, how stray bullet killed YX students during chase in Ibadan. Look, these things are just really tragic. Things we don't want to see.
I mean,
why?
I was shocked when I saw that yesterday.
You know, someone...
I saw that.
It's really
quite
sad.
Tragic and
And there's another story here that says 2.9 million Nigerian children suffering from severe malnutrition. And then when you see stories like that, and then you are seeing that somebody in 753 houses.
Duplexes.
Do you understand? Duplexes, not just houses. We're not even talking about bungalows. We're not talking
if you see what the FCC said, they've actually recovered. I mean, and then
I'm getting really passionate right now.
It's a tale of contrasting fortune, you know.
People are suffering
at this end, and some other people are. That's what I'm saying. Look at that gaping inequality. But I know, of course, we're going to talk about that.
It's actually really
unbelievable. And that's why you just imagine that somebody could be able to have this, like, in this same nation.
It's terrible.
Sometimes it can really be terrible. But I think the major thing there was in padding.
Let's talk
discussion
about
of padding
yes.
came about again yesterday from budget. The powerful civic socioeconomic institution said that their analysis of the 2025 budget revealed that certain items were actually padded. Even though the issue about padded has actually been, is it constitutional, is it legal? People said, yeah, the part of the oversight function, part of the appropriation function of the National Assembly is that they have the right to actually be able to insert certain budgets, remove, as well as be able to add. I mean, it's part of the constitutional appropriation. But the report yesterday were mentioning certain projects that are not relevant, that are quite insignificant to the fortune of the nation. And just like you read, it was about 11,000 projects were inserted according to them. And they were able to cite some projects that were just with street lights in some places, talking about sewage in some places. In fact, that some institutions, some federal institutions were actually used as a conduit, you know, that are not even there. So they're talking about a particular project for one school, I think is in Lagos State here, Federal Government School of Consumer Cooperative, to be doing a project that is totally unrelated to what the school is all about. So I'm sure when our listeners actually be able to read it, you'll be able to see some of those frivolous projects that will just look like, is it really, really true? Did they really do this? Of course, they are fired back, just like you read there, to say it is part of their constitutional function. I think you read that as well from the National Assembly. House of Rep members mentioned that, yes, it's actually part of their constitutional duty to ensure that to amend the budget. And at the same time, the amount sent to them by the president, which is the 55.9 trillion, was eventually 56 trillion in our budget exactly, was exactly what they passed. But of course, you could be able to retain the amount while you actually be able to change the line items. Anything is actually possible, remember.
Right. Thank you, Mohammed, for your insights today. You know, to grab a copy of these papers, you need to read more on the stories. Grab a copy of the Vanguard paper, grab a copy of the Business Day paper, grab a copy of the Punch paper, all of these stories and so much more inside. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day paper this morning, because this is the Bdtv breakfast show. Let's watch. So, you know, it's always really interesting to see what we have on the cartoon of the day, because I've seen already that's a picture right there. So there's
the president in Rome.
The president saying, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." And now that's the Pope. The Pope says, "Confess, my son, without redaction."
No redact anything.
You know, it's taking us back to the visit. Is it the visit? The visit to the Pope. And because he had this suit on, he had a suit on.
I know. It was
looking really
so
different.
Unusual. Okay,
somebody said that. Really different.
And that's what I was saying. Of course, you stay out of axis here. There is a very popular movement that they call it BAT, door-to-door. Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door campaign that he used to do. They have like signboards around there, and you see him in suspect. You see him in suit. I'm just like, can you see him in that suit?
I think
somebody was telling me yesterday that he looks so uncharacteristic and unusual to see him in suit. But just like the Pope said, maybe just like I said, May 29 is definitely coming. He will read out, you know, some of his stewardship, just like some of his said. We get his stewardship, we get his own scorecard as well. But maybe just like the Pope is saying, maybe read it them out without any redaction. Don't redact anything. Lay out everything bare. But I don't think as politicians, you don't be able to put out all your hands.
But you know, it's really interesting to see before I have seen, because I mean, there's the realization
I don't
for
even
me.
think, okay.
And
I never think
he would never. That's why it's a cartoon. But
because
you know,
he believe that this is the best thing to have ever happened to Nigeria, of course. I mean, they believe that is the best. Otherwise, in their words and some of their loyalists and the supporters, if he hasn't come on board, to them they believe that the nation must have actually be able to go down.
You know the thing with Nigerians and most Nigerians and people who also, you know, tend to get from the people in power. They just believe that so far things are going well for them, then nothing else matters. And that's the wickedness of man.
So it felt like maybe the economy is tanking and the nation is virtually going into a state of comatose, a point of no return until it's coming. And that it was actually the Messiah who is able to switch and then revert back the economy towards the path of growth and development. So I'm sure that's why I'm saying I never think he believed that he has sinned. Rather, I believe that he actually been the savior who have actually been able to turn around the fortune of the nation.
Around the fortune of the nation. Oh well, that's where we will have to bring it to a wrap right here on the newspaper review segment here on the Bdtv Breakfast Show. It was delightful speaking with you, Mohammed.
Thank you very much.
Always a delight. We just saw the newspaper review. We've gone through Vanguard papers, we've gone through the Punch paper, and of course we've gone through the Business Day paper. This is still the Bdtv Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the morning market brief. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent, in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years. I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Dear leader, when you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered a master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary. And this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink. It's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity. You don't increase quantity. You actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast. And I look forward to seeing you on May 23.
Making big shifts is first about quality before it is about quantity. So sometimes what we want to do is to do more of what we're doing now. That will get some progress. That will bring some increase, but it's usually arithmetic. If you want the geometric one, the big jump, you realize it's not that you're going to get more than 24 hours. It's the same 24 hours. It's the same use, it's the same resources. It's more about quality than quantity. That's why I'm saying it's more about who you are. It's more about your thinking. It's more about perspective. It's more about how you see the world.
Dear leader, the time of increased uncertainty, unpredictability, and volatility is not a time to shrink. It's a time to expand. That is why I'm inviting you to join me and a small group of leaders on May 23 and 24, 2025 in Lagos, Nigeria. Yes, you need to see with new eyes, right? To recognize the opportunities and the obstacles. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing together at the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. Remember, accelerator. Some people are going to go 10x, 100x, 1000x after this session together. The first day we meet together, it's networking. That's one of the major places where you make your money at a meeting like this. And then most of the day on Saturday, 24th May. So register right away, grab your seat. See you on May 23.
According to the International Organization for Migration, diaspora remittances to Africa hit $52.9 billion in 2024. This was more than half of the $94 billion the continent received in foreign direct investments during the year. However, in countries like Nigeria, diaspora remittances outpaced FDI, as Nigeria recorded about $21 billion in diaspora remittances, but less than $1 billion in FDI. Now the question remains, how can we convert these remittances to FDI? This makes up the bulk of our show this morning. Welcome to Economy and Market, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. This morning, we zero in on a quiet but powerful force, economic force, which is diaspora remittances. In 2024 alone, Africans living abroad sent home a staggering $52.9 billion, and that's according to the International Organization for Migration. That figure is more than half of the $94 billion received in FDI. And of this $94 billion, we have figures like the $30 billion FDI commitment to Egypt from the United Arab Emirates for the development of a new coastal city. Essentially, when you remove that figure out, you already have $64 billion left. And of this figure, we already show that remittances make up, they've been a bulk of whatever FDIs we receive in the continent. Nowhere is this dynamic more striking than in Nigeria, where diaspora remittances hit $21 billion, highest in 5 years. Meanwhile, FDI was just under $1 billion in the same 2024. In other words, everyday Nigerians abroad are doing more to keep the engine running than multinational investors. But here's where the question forms the core of our show. How do we move diaspora money from survival to strategy? From household support to infrastructure and enterprise? This and many more will make up the bulk of discussions that will be happening during the Africa Diaspora Investment Symposium 2025 that will be holding in Washington, D.C. this month from May 28th to May 30th. The symposium, which will be hosted in the George Washington University, is tagged Beyond Remittances. And on the show this morning, we have Almas Negash, the CEO of the Africa Diaspora Network, who will be breaking down some of the figures, who will explain to us some of the goal of this symposium to us. Welcome to the show, Almas.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so let's get started right away. Last year, Nigeria issued a domestic USD bond. I don't know if you are aware about that, if you were aware of that domestic USD bond.
Yes, I am. But may I ask, may I start with something even more staggering, the number that you've mentioned earlier?
Okay.
At ADN, at the African Diaspora Network, we don't really just count the sub-Saharan African remittances. Africa is one continent. It includes Egypt and every other northern part of Africa.
Yes.
That collective amount in 2024 was actually $100 billion.
Wow.
In remittances. And let me even give you another staggering number. It is that Africa gets 100 billion in remittances from the diaspora and 12 billion in US aid.
Oh my.
And as you imagine, that is a huge number difference in that the diaspora is highly committed and already investing on the continent. And then of course, as you said, Nigeria comes number one all the time. I actually was in Lagos, had the opportunity to be there last year. And one of the discussion I had everywhere I go was about the beyond remittances and the incredible resource Nigerians are for their country. Nigerians remitted in 2022, 21 billion, as I think you mentioned, and less than 1% of that was from foreign direct investment. I think the question we're asking is not whether it's the bond or this. I think it is, the question is, what is that we need to do as diasporans to convince our governments that we're actually the force for good, that you need to work with us? And so the diaspora, in the case of Nigeria, they're not just only giving money to their parents and to their friends and their community, which we ask them to continue to do so because it's necessary. But I also think that this incredibly untapped resource of the Nigerian skills and capacity needs to be used even differently. And that, I think I would love to discuss that in more detail as we go forward. To the question that you brought about the 900 million.
Yes.
Yes.
The domestic USD bond. So basically, the question I wanted to ask is, what lesson did this domestic USD bond teach us, let's say as Africans, about the ability to tap diaspora capital?
Well, I think that's a very good question, but there's even another question. It is very difficult to know. Our team did some research and we weren't able to know how many of the diasporans actually put money into the bond. I think what we're asking as diasporans is for our governments to be as transparent as possible, to put us at the table when there is such a discussion so that the diaspora has the opportunity to invest back home, whether in bonds or in other means in the country. So that way there is a lot more trust. And, you know, as you may know, diasporans were not easy to trust because of the many reasons that we have gone through in life, whether it's through our governments or the governments in which we live in. I think it's very, very critical for, in this case, the Nigerian government to enable Nigerians to be a part of the conversation and the action when it comes to how they can use additional funding beyond remittances to support the development of Nigeria and other parts of the continent. So I think to the question whether Nigerian diaspora participated or whether the money was coming from multinational corporations, unfortunately, we don't have that information. If you have, I think that would be a wonderful thing, but we couldn't find any. And I think what we are asking is these kind of bonds and other investment opportunities, the diaspora must be involved because we are the ones who have vested interest in the growth of our countries and the support of our community. And I think it is a smart strategy, not only for African governments, but anybody. I don't care who is doing anything on the continent, whether you are a philanthropist, whether you are a business person trying to do business on the continent. I am begging you and I'm asking you, and I'm actually really stating it is extremely important to partner with the diaspora.
So one thing that happened last year is before the Nigerian government made mention of the domestic USD bond, one thing they were touting, the Minister of Finance was touting a diaspora bond. Essentially, I don't know if you were aware, they were touting a diaspora bond. So are you trying to, what you're trying to say now, I want to ask a question. How do you think this bond, a diaspora bond, will be structured? And do you think it's going to be appealing to Africans? Let's go beyond the context of Nigeria now, to other Africans across the continent. Let's say Egypt issues a diaspora bond. How do you think it's going to appeal to the Egyptians, or how will a diaspora Nigerian bond appeal to Nigerians?
So I'm going to say this, a bond is another tool for investing and going beyond remittances. A bond is not a remittance. A bond is something that you expect some kind of a return at some point. Diasporans are ready to do this. And I may say that Nigeria is not the only one that has done the bond, as you mentioned, Egypt, but in 1998, if I'm not mistaken, my own country, Eritrea, issued a bond, and it was the most successful bond that I have ever seen. The question is, how was the money used, and whether did it create what it was supposed to do? That is where the rubber meets the road. We don't know, but I think that to the question that you're asking me, we want to be at the table. When a government is issuing a bond, our suggestion is that you really start to mobilize, to begin the conversation with the diaspora early on. Let's talk about Nigeria right now. If Nigerians would be interested in investing in the bonds, I would imagine that the Nigerian government would do an intentional mobilization effort throughout the world to ensure that no Nigerian is left behind from this opportunity. And then also, what are we asking from our governments? We want to know what the money is for. Is it going to build schools, infrastructure? We want to be a part of it. Healthcare centers. What are the things that are so a priority for the community to make sure that we're putting our money where our mouth is? In the United States, it's county by county. It's not just only the federal government issuing a bond. The counties, the cities, as you know, issue bonds because it is something that they want to do for their specific community. And I think that kind of thinking, knowing where our money is going when bonds are issued, is going to be extremely, extremely helpful. And then, of course, Nigeria has a very brilliant and wonderful and committed ambassador to the diaspora engagement. She's going to be at the symposium. Okay. She will be our keynote speaker. She's going to speak about this. Yes, she's going to. Ambassador Abike will be with us, and I think we have other Nigerians who are going to be prominently speaking about this issue. So I think my plea and my request to the Nigerian people and the Nigerian government is, you've got an incredibly talented, highly educated in the United States and around the world. I'm very proud, not only of Nigerians, but all Africans. Very proud in a sense that Nigerians pretty much have the highest educational attainment in the United States, whether we like it or not. It is actually true. Everywhere we go there, it's the number issue. Nigeria is the biggest country in Africa. There's also this sense of wanting and really interest in education, something that I value and I credit for all our African diaspora. In general, Africans from the diaspora in the United States are the highest educated, starting from Nigeria all the way to Eritrea and other countries. They are highly educated, highly motivated, but in number-wise, Nigeria it comes out all the way on the top. It makes sense. Why not? Because it is one of the biggest countries. And what I'm asking is that our governments need to tap into this, not as a means to an end, which is we send remittances and we're always going to be a part of it. No, as a means in itself, that we are going to be a part of our country, our continent grows. And we cannot do this alone. We are asking our governments to create an ecosystem that's conducive for us to invest.
So it leads me to my next question, basically, the question about the specific regulatory and informational barriers that African diaspora cite when investing. What are some of these barriers that you've heard people complain the most about? Is it regulatory or is it informational? You said something about the fact that you really don't know what they use the bonds for, what they use the money raised from the bonds for. That's one of the barriers. What other barriers do you think diasporans are citing or are complaining about when it comes to these bonds?
So what I said about the bonds is we were not able to know whether the diasporans, the Nigerian diaspora, invested in the bond, both the bonds. We didn't know. We couldn't find that data. What I meant is that we want to be a part of it from the beginning in order for us to know what this is going to be for. What are the barriers? I think barriers are transparency, trust.
Okay.
We need to trust where it is going. And then also, I think regulation. There are so many barriers to entry, and that makes it very difficult for the diaspora to be a part of. I wrote a long time ago a paper on incentivizing the diaspora to invest, and one way that governments can do is give us some kind of tax haven or some other opportunities where we can feel comfortable to come and invest, and are doing it already in their community. It's individual, sometimes it's collective. But I think if we want to get the most of the diaspora, the barrier, in my opinion, is transparency, accountability, and also really just knowing where our money is going. And having that communication early on, having that clarity early on, will go a long way. Those, I think, for me, these ecosystem difficulties are also another one. It's like, there's always a saying in Silicon Valley, there are no $1 billion investment opportunities in Africa. I resent that saying in a sense that why not? Why not? But they have a point. We haven't really necessarily shown them a value proposition on how this can be done. Okay. And so we are continue to be invested in millions rather than in billions. And I think the question is, we need to dream big, but we also need to be accountable for what we are dreaming. And we need to create the infrastructure that's conducive to make sure that other investors can come. Let me end by saying this. Investing on the continent is not going to come only from the diasporans. I know this, and you know, all of us know. We need our allies. We need our friends from around the world who believe in the work that Nigerians do, other countries, Ethiopians, Ghanaians, and everyone. And we have friends. We have friends that, you know, love Lagos, not because they are from Lagos, but they love Lagos because it's a city that has vibrancy that really brings them to come and invest over and over, or even just to use the come with for their time. Whether it's training, whether it's business, whatever it is that they come for, they continue to come back and back. We need to invest in these people as well. We need to bring them into our table. Why is the diaspora important for that? We're not just the diaspora and sending remittance. We're ambassadors to our own community, the country where we come from, and the continent as a whole.
Okay, finally, just one last question, Almaz. We already see the data. Remittances outpace FDI by mile in most of the countries in Africa. Across Africa, remittances are outpacing FDI. How can we, what mechanisms do you think we can put in place? What are the mechanisms we can put in place to probably redirect some of these remittances into longer term direct investments? So we have, let me give you a scenario. In Nigeria, we have a thing where remittances from the US, the UK, Canada, those three countries basically are driving a real estate boom. Essentially, houses are now being priced in dollars because they have people because they are diasporans who basically are bidding for those houses. We have basically it's driving like this real estate boom. But that's on a very, I want to say, an informal scale. But how can we direct some of these remittances into longer term direct investments away from, okay, let's say the government has a role to play, but let's just not look in the direction of what government can do. What do you think can be done? What mechanisms can we put in place?
So I think for diasporans, you're right, governments can do what they do. What can we do individually? I don't know. I can give you examples after examples, but there are, for example, there's a Nigerian diaspora in Silicon Valley. He's a Silicon Valley engineer and entrepreneur here in the valley where I am in. He put sold all his stock to buy an agricultural land in Nigeria to use that land to create not only just the crops, but also to create an ecosystem for investment and opportunity. So there is agri-tech, there is agriculture is a big issue, technology and innovation. Nigerians are very well known for that. You've got Flutterwave and others that have come from Nigeria and Nigerians. So there is renewable energy, there's healthcare. These are the kind of sectors that the diaspora is interested in, but the question is, how do we go about investing? I think that is where the challenge is and the opportunity as well. And I think the opportunity is we're ready. Nigerians I know are ready. They love their country, regardless of what, like every other African, they come back and do the best they can to invest in that community. We're asking that if healthcare and if agriculture is of interest to the diaspora, technology is of interest to the diaspora, we are asking the governments to meet us halfway, provide the resources and the tools, and especially on the ground, really provide them the resources they need to create that the business, and also really issue when these opportunities come. Besides real estate, we want to be a part of it. We want to know early on. So one way that this can happen, I could imagine ADN getting information from Nigerian reliable resources, maybe from the Diaspora Engagement Office, to see what kind of opportunities exist for diasporans to be a part of. We should take that responsibility. We cannot tell people where to invest their money, but we can definitely give them what opportunities exist.
Okay. Finally, just give me, before we go, a brief rundown of some of the conversations that will be happening during the symposium. That's the ADIS 2025. Just what are some of the...
Yes.
Okay, I would like to hear about those things. I would like to hear about those conversations.
Yes, the conversation that's going to be over and over about amplifying, showcasing the diasporans that are investing in every part of the continent, regardless of who they are and where they come from. There would be a session at the beginning of the session is on the 28th by amplifying and really showcasing and narrative, because we are not necessarily known as community that invests, and Africa is a continent to invest in. And so we're going to focus on these entrepreneurs who have been investing their money, their resources, and their talents. And we're going to showcase them on Wednesday. On Thursday, we're going to have a lot of conversation on healthcare investment, on the US-Africa investment opportunities, because that's critical. We do need to have that conversation. On Friday, it will be focusing a lot more on the different things that you and I have been talking about, the finance mechanism. What are the things that we want to invest in, and how can the diaspora be a part of? We're going to share so many different platforms where people can invest in. In our case, we are launching our own African Diaspora Innovation Fund, in order to raise the money and give it to our own entrepreneurs that are called the Builders of Africa's Future and the Accelerating Business Leadership and Entrepreneurship. We've been doing this for a long time. We're now asking the diaspora to step up really in a big way to support the communities that we care about so much, but they are also in need of our consistent support through mentorship, funding, and other opportunities. And then of course, at the end of the day, we're going to have our own cultural celebration through music, food, and entertainment.
Okay, so thank you so much for your time, Almaz. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Have a lovely, lovely morning.
You too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right. On Wednesday, look at some of the happenings in the economy and markets. Again, thank you so much for tuning into Business Day TV, Economy and Markets. Have a lovely weekend.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is Wozu's commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grew up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 15, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talents, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's there. Media should be at every core of every sport, not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No. Just have a good phone. Do you understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We're seeing people who have gone viral and have had input, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story, loved your story, and they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time Wall is reporting the, negativity, because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. Can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? This is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business Day, be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200. But today, it's a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. And everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so, what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports, and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that they create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, soldier goes, soldier comes. There's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports, Now, actually, the one coming might not, be interested in sport. So all the investment, every investment that has been made, actually goes, south. Just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors.
Okay,
And
sir.
none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so I mean, intentionality. That's what we really need to do. Intentionality. If we want grassroots sports to actually grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually take sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. I mean, so that they have a platform, that they can actually use to express, these their talents. And how can there be, expression of, talent if, you don't have, like a warehouse that actually, I mean, holds, these people, together that actually help them to groom, so that they can actually soar. So I feel that, I mean, we, should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private, public partnership, projects, in our various, community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in, private investors, private, entrepreneurs who will be able to see, the need, in that system. And, the government will also ensure them the according, security, that will come, with it, that when I put my money in this, this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money, in so-so's, administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone and it's nothing to, so, I mean, those are the things, that I think that we should do. We should actually, see it as, a continuum, a business that should actually, continue irrespective of, which, sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of governments to provide an enabling environment for businesses in all sectors to thrive. But because this event is about sports and the business of it, I think that to a large extent, the Lagos State government has been at the forefront, in facilitating the development of sports in Lagos. I mean, you could think of the accelerator program for, sportsmen in grassroots communities, and then some of the initiatives even discussed at the conference. But, there's always room for improvement. And I can tell for a fact that, under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner, working under the governor, Governor Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, I can tell that there's still a lot more, to be done. And I know that there are a number of projects and initiatives in the pipeline to ensure that some of the issues raised here today about the challenges that still exist in how we move sports from just being a recreational activity to now, a business, entity that could, entail a multi-billion investment and all of that are already in the pipeline. And I just think that as we have more of these conversations and we do follow-up strategy sessions on how to implement these things so that they don't just end up as panel discussions or as keynote addresses, I think that it could only get better from here. Okay, so like I mentioned, so there's what is called the Lagos State, Sports Accelerator Program for young people in grassroots communities. And the initiative is domiciled in the Lagos State Sports Commission. And the whole idea is just to see how, to enable sportsmen and, sportswomen, especially those in their prime in secondary school and those who are just approaching tertiary institutions, on how to really understand the business side of sports. And it also provides, an opportunity for key players in the sports business value chain to also come together, ideate and implement the future of sports. So what I mean is that for organizations, who are facilitating programs like the Lagos City Marathon, I mean, they were here at the conference and they shared their views. There's room for so many more of them to come in and complement what government is doing. To be honest with you, government will not be able to solve all the problems, but it's up to government, to provide the enabling environment. So, and I know that also beyond that, there's what is called, the Lagos State Sports Academy, for young people, also in grassroots communities, so that, as we look at those who have approached stardom, those who have made it now, We have others who are in the pipeline who are also getting trained and, accessing resources and other initiatives that they need to benefit from to also emerge.
The starting point is that it's good to protect your IP. It's good to protect your image rights. When you protect your image rights, then it puts you in a better pedestal. You then find out that you're able to even make more money for yourself. This is an area where most sportsmen have not updated their minds to. And given the advent of data privacy in Nigeria today, it's one area that individual sportsmen should begin to look at and invest in a lot. So IP rights, IP protection, it's key, and it's a new way to go going forward. Well, the truth of the matter is that you can't really prevent contract breaches. What you can do is that you can actually have a robust contract that adequately protects your interests. And so my own advice is really for sportsmen and women to always carry, as you know that you need an agent, always carry a lawyer along and let that lawyer, review your contracts and make sure that those contracts adequately protect you. The things that you would not see as a layman, it's most likely that your lawyer will see those things and then let you know that X and Y clause should not be inserted in your contracts. But you find that most time, because you don't want to pay a lawyer, you go it yourself. And it's when the chips are down, you then come running to a lawyer for protection. So government has no business in sports. The government's business is in creating infrastructure. So build stadia, create infrastructure, create opportunities, but don't be the ones managing or running sports. So all the clubs that the governments are running today, I think it's not proper, it's not nice. But it should allow pure professionals, pure businessmen, to come into the business space to make money from sports. Government should just create an enabling environment where all of these businessmen can thrive.
Sports is driven by media, storytelling. So what we are doing differently is that we are creating a distinct platform to sell the Nigerian sports, the Nigerian athletes to the world. So we are creating this platform to make sure that the small player in Ajegule, the small player in Jos can get the same visibility that any European player will get on the existing social media platform. And that's what Govia is here to achieve.
Okay.
On Govia, you can score your dream goal. So Govia means go through. So we have built Govia to help people score their dream goals.
All right.
I'm excited about this event because I'm able to meet key stakeholders that would help me achieve this dream. It's a burning desire in my heart, and it's one of the reasons why Govia came up as a sponsor for this. And we're happy that we did this with Business Day. We thank Business Day for this platform, and we look forward to more opportunities to talk more about the sports ecosystem and business opportunities.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Coming here today, just meeting like minds, for me, that's my biggest takeaway personally. But also being able to hear the issues we're all facing, like us being sports professionals, we all face the same issues. So being able to tackle it in one space, I think was really helpful. And also stumbling blocks for me, I've been facing in my day to day, just being able to meet people who could help solve it. That's my biggest takeaway from today's conference. Okay. Oh yeah, devs, but it's more than just holding it. I feel it's the follow-up that matters. It's one thing to host this type of events, but it's another thing to be proactive about the solutions we talked about. But yeah, sure, hosting this type of events is going to help. Just meeting like minds under one roof. Yeah, sure.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
and welcome to the big story here on the Bdtv Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're focusing on solutions to food insecurity in Nigeria and how the country can boost interest in agriculture. Approximately 30.6 million Nigerians are projected to face acute food and nutrition insecurity between June and August 2025. Now, this estimate is a significant increase, with Nigeria experiencing the largest global increase in acute food insecurity in 2024. The situation is being exacerbated by factors like insecurity, conflict, economic hardship, and climate change. Also, high cost in poultry production due to forex input component has driven prices of poultry, pushing them beyond the reach of millions of ordinary Nigerians, with consequential malnutrition, especially among the younger populations. To understand this even so much better, we are joined by Mr. Femi Adelayo, is the Managing Director and CEO of FACO West Africa Limited. Welcome to the show, Mr. Adelayo.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Very good morning to you. It's good to see you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Same here.
Right. Let me start by asking how you would assess the current state of food security in Nigeria. What's your assessment so far?
Well, I would say that it's challenging. It's some sort of a curve. Sometimes it seems to be getting better. Sometimes it seems to be getting a little bit not as much as we would like it to be. There were times when the prices of foodstuff really came down comparative to how it was before, and then lately it started to rise again. But so it's not yet stable, as it were. But sometimes it comes down, sometimes it goes up. Yeah, but for the people, I guess it's still a big challenge for many homes in Nigeria.
Right. And when we talk about the root causes of Nigeria's current food crisis, how would you actually prioritize that it's better addressed?
Well, Nigeria has over 90 million hectares of land. Much of it is arable land for farming. I think the original challenges could have been a lack of investment in farming, or maybe inconsistent policies. But the government, as of the day, has been pushing some very good policies, but we hope to see them materialize. There's still so much more to be done, but the direction in which they are going, the government is going, is the right direction, but it needs to trickle down to the people and to the farms.
Mr. Adelayo, you are the MD CEO of a livestock, poultry, agricultural automation company. So what are your thoughts on how we can leverage technology to ramp up productivity and make food not only available, but also cheaper?
Well, we're FACO West Africa. We've been here for over 40 years, and we've seen a lot of things happen. We've been a part of the development of Nigeria. We can use technology. The government is driving automation. It's an area that we work very well in, driving automation to ensure that there's food production, there's easy access. I think it's automation, really. I think it's also financing for farmers to be able to access these automations. I think it's the technological know-how for people to be able to maintain and manage these advanced technologies. I also think it's an open mind, really, for younger people to get into that space, encourage young people to get into the space, develop the technologies and increase the capacities. We have a lot of farmers in Nigeria, whether it is in poultry, cattle, piggery, but we need to also have that systems where they are automated and mechanized that can leapfrog the population into food security in Nigeria.
And I mean, in the line of your work, you are in the best position to tell us some of the lapses that you have identified and how you'd encourage the government to address some of these lapses that Nigeria's agricultural sector continues to face in order for us to forge ahead.
Well, that is, there are quite a number of challenges. I often give this analogy. I say in the livestock sector where we work, building out silos, equipping farms with poultry installations and cattle installations and feedlots at ranches. One thing that we've noticed that for there to be adequate production of the livestock, there has to be enough feed, livestock feed, poultry feed, piggery feed, cattle feed, available for the farmers, available for the feed millers, that will then be passed on to the poultry farmers. One thing or one or two things that make feed rise and make it challenging is the raw materials, which is primarily maize and soya. And while it is also good to ensure that there is availability through as many forms as possible, encouraging farmers to go to the farm and actually produce in the quantity that is required is the long-term solution. One key area I believe that if the government can tap into and shared by some of our industry players is in the area of affordable, accessible fertilizer. Seedlings, yes. Fertilizer, yes. Let me give you an example. If, for example, fertilizer is available and affordable, this is something that every farmer needs absolutely. If it's affordable because it's a major part of the input cost for farming, for maize, for wheat, for soya, once it's available, many more people can go to the farms, and that will drop down the local prices of the grains in the market. Now, if this happens, more people can, there can be more feed on the market at affordable cost. There can be more people going to the livestock farming, whether it is poultry, cattle, or whatever, fish. Once they have all this, so you can imagine just fixing fertilizer, fixing seed, fixing the access to land, fixing the access to finance, fixing security. These 3, 4, 5 things majorly. If you can fix those things, you would find out that the ripple effect over the coming 6 months to 1 year will be astronomical. So fertilizer, seeds, access to finance, and proper security for the farming communities. That will bring down the price. And let me not forget logistics costs. It will bring down the price of the grains or the food items into the market, and then it will make it cheaper. Absolutely.
Right. You've mentioned fertilizers, you mentioned seeds, you've mentioned access to finance, and you've mentioned logistics. Now, let's talk about the youth. We see that in a country like Nigeria, people are catching on, but not as much as you would expect. The youth still find agriculture to be something that, maybe it's a little not as cool as you'd want it, as you expect them to think it should be. So how can the government make agriculture more attractive to the youth?
I think it's about constant engagement. I think it's about showing a better picture than we see. Most of the time when you hear about a farmer, and that is absolutely not true, it's a stereotype. You hear a farmer, you think it's an old man or an old woman, and some of the media pictures, they don't do justice to farming. You see, if you want to show a picture of a farmer, you see an old man on land, with a hoe and a cutlass. But that's not farming. That's not mechanized farming. That's not the farming of the future. And so we have to change the narratives and encourage young people. Young people also need finance. Young people need access to affordable finance. Young people need to be together in communities. You can't be in silos. There are a number of groups and a number of communities where young people can join that are actively promoting agriculture. I could mention a few. Lagos State is doing it. Niger State is doing it. There are a few other states that are doing stuff like that. But there needs to be a lot more engagement and interaction with young people. The way we talk about social media and entertainment and football and all the things like that, we should also speak about the possibilities of agriculture. The media needs to change the pictures that are around agriculture. Show us combine harvesters, show us tractors, show us young people on the farm with their iPads, ensuring that the land is working well and they're testing the soil. More young people can see that as a thing for the future. Here's the thing. The population of farmers are aging, and we need to get young people into the farms, doing it to the next level, doing it as the futuristically as possible, not just, the hydroponics or soilless farming or greenhouse, but even on the actual land where we have millions of unused hectares, right? We need to get young people there, but we need to encourage them. We need to change the narratives around it, and we need to give them access to finance.
And if there's something you're saying, I think there's also one thing we need to add to this conversation, because I was at an event recently and we're talking about how to make agriculture even more attractive, and something was pointed out that it's beyond just farming. There could be agricultural influencers. Like right now, many young people want to create content and do all of those things. So it could be your own part is going to the farm and filming, and also just talking about some of the agricultural products and just being an influencer. You don't necessarily need to be the one farming. So I just wanted to add that. But let me talk about how Nigeria can increase their food production to actually meet with the demand of this growing population, because that's also something. Our population is constantly growing, but we're seeing that we're not able to find the balance between actually increasing food production to meet the demands of this growing population. So how can this be met?
Well, like I said earlier, it will be addressing the inputs in the short term. It will be taking bold, radical steps, ambitious projects, ambitious goals backed by adequate funding to ensure that it's done. You're right. The population of the country is, by 2015 will be probably the second or third largest population in the world. And we have to feed this mouse in another 25 years thereabout. So we need to leapfrog our agricultural sector. It will be bold initiatives. We've had a lot of policy master plans, agricultural policies, and all those things over the years. Perhaps we should have the policy that we can push into the future. Some of the goals that are set are ambitious, but for you to meet these ambitious goals, you have to do radical things. Like in the livestock sector, you want to increase the number of cattle, but there are some simple things. There are things you can't change. It only takes a certain amount of time for a cow to, have a calf. Right? So if you want to do that to get into the numbers that you want, what other different things are you going to do? We can't do the same thing, do it in a linear progression and expect a geometrical result. It's not likely going to happen. But the intentions are good. So for us to leapfrog that, for us to move into the future, we have to absolutely do a few things differently and encourage the young people, use technology, digital, single-digit affordable finance, investment. We're getting investments, from Brazil, from Saudi Arabia, but we need to make sure that we're not just investing to export, but we are investing to be able to feed our people, equip our people with technological know-how, and then we.
Mr. Adelayo, I think we've lost you. Your audio is, I think it's muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, crystal clear.
All right. So yes, I was saying that beyond the investments to export, we have to be able to also ensure that we can feed our population. We can become a country that not only produces for ourselves, but we can export to every other country in the world. In the 60s, agriculture was our bread and butter. And it can come back to that. I believe that sincerely. I believe that we can improve what we have, but we need to roll up our sleeves and get it out there. Everybody playing their part. And like I said earlier, FACO is willing and welcome to work with anyone to be a part of this development for the country and its development.
And having said all of this, what policy reforms would you propose to stabilize food prices and ensure food affordability for low-income Nigerians?
Well, I think that, like I said earlier, the steps are in the right direction. However, there needs to be more engagement with the players in the industry. There needs to be more listening and conversation, and everybody needs to get out of their silos and work together. There is the Green Imperative Project. There are a lot of all these other things that are actually currently ongoing. So I think the policy is in the right direction, but the implementation of the policy needs to be a lot more engaging for all the players, and we need to get to the nitty-gritty of it and ensure that it works. That will be my take on it.
And just before I let you go, let's talk about reducing import dependency, because for a country like Nigeria with so much food, so much agriculture, so much untapped, resources, we need to talk about reducing import dependency and improving our market regulation to support food subsidy programs. So how would you suggest, from a wealth of experience, that we go about this?
Well, reducing import dependency is absolutely important, especially in terms of the grains, of the raw materials, or things that farmers can actually produce. I do think, though, however, that there has to be a seamless move from reduction of import dependence into actual production. So there has to be a constant handshake. In a global world that we are in, it's pretty hard for you to say, oh, you want to, ban importation of some things while you don't have the local production available. What you're going to do is you're going to create scarcity, and then you're going to create a demand, and the prices will rise, and then you will go right back to what you left. So I believe that it's sincerely a synergy of policies. I believe that it is encouraging farmers to go to the farms, making the access to the farms safe and secure. I believe that it is having suitable storage systems like grain storage and silos, something we also do quite well. I believe it is having logistics sorted, affordable transportation, and we're in that direction with the CNG, the reduction in diesel and gas prices. Hopefully it comes down some more. I believe that when we have all these things and then access to markets, commodities exchanges, you can easily have a better grasp on the farming landscape and a reduction in import dependence. Countries that we likely import from or that export, countries like India and Brazil, they've been where we are today. But they took the bull by the horn. They developed their sectors. They worked with their extension workers, worked with their researchers and academics, and then they pushed forward. So that will be an area I think we can work on, reducing import dependence, getting people to the farms, getting the produce from the farms to the storage, and getting them to the market. Then we don't need to import. We don't need to import as much, and then we can be self-sustaining and feed ourselves.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Femi Adelayo, Managing Director and CEO of FACO West Africa Limited. It was a delight speaking to you on The Big Story this morning. Thank you for having me. Have a good day. You too. Well, that's where we bring it to wraps on The Big Story. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching Bdtv.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Bdtv.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
to allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Dear leader, when you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered a master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary. And this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink. It's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity. You don't increase quantity. You actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast. And I look forward to seeing you on May 23.
Making big shifts is first about quality before it is about quantity. So sometimes what we want to do is to do more of what we're doing now. That will get some progress. That will bring some increase, but it's usually arithmetic. If you want the geometric one, the big jump, you realize it's not that you're going to get more than 24 hours. It's the same 24 hours. It's the same use, it's the same resources. It's more about quality than quantity. That's what I'm saying. It's more about who you are. It's more about your thinking. It's more about perspective. It's more about how you see the world.
Dear leader, the time of increased uncertainty, unpredictability, and volatility is not a time to shrink. It's a time to expand. That is why I'm inviting you to join me and a small group of leaders on May 23 and 24, 2025 in Lagos, Nigeria. Yes, you need to see with new eyes, right? To recognize the opportunities and the obstacles. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing together at the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. Remember, accelerator. Some people are going to go 10x, 100x, 1000x after this session together. The first day we meet together, it's networking. That's one of the major places where you make your money at a meeting like this. And then most of the day on Saturday, 24th May. So register right away, grab your seat. See you on May 23.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bdtv.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You're tuned into the social listening segment here on the Bdtv Breakfast Show. This is where we get to unpack some of the latest buzzing stories making the rounds on social media. My name, of course, is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me, of course, again today is Valentine Onyeka.
Pleasure's mine, as usual.
As usual. So there's been a lot of back and forth on social media about the ban of sachet alcohol, and we have a big question. Did NAFDAC actually lift the ban or not? Well, yes, what's really going on? NAFDAC initially banned sachet alcohol in 2024, but now the ban has been temporarily lifted only until December 31st, 2025. Now, the reason for lifting this ban is to give manufacturers and regulators time to collaborate and ensure a more structured and effective implementation of the ban. Valentine, what are your thoughts on this back and forth? What are your thoughts on, where this ban is at? You know, they say temporary ban till December 20. Like, why is it temporary? Do we even need to have a ban? I mean, they say it every time that Nigeria is a sachet economy, in terms of the fact that every single thing that you never would have imagined would have a sachet option, a sachet version. You see it. It's in Nigeria that we have sachet water, we have sachet alcohol, we have sachet, you name it, noodles, every single thing has sachet. So firstly, what's your stand on us having this sachet economy, so to speak? And then, do we really need to have a ban on sachet alcohol? Because that's literally like the easier way for people to afford some of these items.
I mean, truth be told, you've already, you just gave us the answer to this question, but let's just elaborate more. If you look at it closely, we're already aware that the economy isn't smiling. And now, before I go any further, I'm not making a case for those who produce the sachet alcohol and everything, but I'm just trying to strike a balance. If an average salary earner cannot, for one reason or the other, cannot buy in bulk, and he or she can maybe purchase something in little units to survive, would that be a good thing to stop that? That's the question. On the flip side, will it be a good thing to say, let's let it continue? Remember, there's the environmental angle where we should come from that angle too. And so to answer that question, I would say we need to have a far more robust information surrounding this. Yes, NAFDAC has come out to say we are not the ones sending anybody, any private regulator or so-called regulator hiding under the guise of being a government agency to come to your shop or your establishment to destroy sachet alcohol, as the case may be. Yes, they've said so. But the question is, before anyone gets the approval to manufacture this thing and sell to the public, has NAFDAC done their full diligence? It's very important. Remember, I mentioned the flip side.
You did mention the flip
someone
side.
who doesn't have enough money to buy in bulk but has little to enjoy the experience. I'm going to come there. So if we can answer that question, has NAFDAC done their full diligence to say that this particular company can now go ahead to manufacture? If so, then they are shooting themselves in the foot. Why? If you give a pass for that to be sold, which means we're assuming that you have done all necessary things that has to be done, testing to make sure that the content, is consumable. Mind you, it's going to the stomach of Nigerians, the public. And of course, we also know that there is, a major question mark. Are those below 18 taking this thing? What's the adverse effect to the society? So I will come to that angle. So I've just mentioned the area of, is NAFDAC doing what they need to do fully to say there are checks and balances on those who produce this thing, right? Because if the content has given a pass mark, then why are you banning it? If at all. If you've not banned it, right? If you've not placed a ban on it, then you should come out and have proper publications that will, educate the public that this thing, right? We are standing for this thing or against this thing. And it shouldn't just be rumors. And you know what social media does, right? If a news goes out there that is fake news and is there for too long, unchallenged, after a while, it becomes
disinformation.
That's my point.
Disinformation that now seems like real news.
That's my point. So having said that, on the other side, take a good look at it. If someone earns 50,000 naira monthly, which is small, and he or she wants to enjoy a particular brand, but when he looks at the brand on shelves of supermarket, it says 4,000 naira plus for a big size. I don't want to call brand names now. But if I can buy the small one, right? So the big bottle says 4,000 something. But I can buy the small one to enjoy the taste. Don't you think I want to go for the little one? And of course, let's look at it. Who are the people who are the targets and buyers or consumers for those sachet, alcohol, whatever? Are those who cannot afford the big ones. Now, which brings me to the next thing. How safe is it? And is it being abused? We see it every now and then. We see the drivers on our streets. Some commercial drivers, you see them, commercial bus drivers. They are driving on the street with passengers in the vehicle, and it's easy access. Just stay and suck in. Is NAFDAC actually putting out some major exposés, major information through NOA? I always call NOA here, which is National Orientation Agency. Are we putting enough information to educate the public, first and foremost, about drinking and driving? So if they come from that angle to say, look, we want to stop this thing, or we are not stopping it, are they considering the fact that by not stopping it, you might increase the risk of accidents? So if they said, okay, we have we actually said we're going to stop people, which they said they didn't say so. But if they do that, because I'm looking at both sides now, will this be good for us? If I'm driving my vehicle, will I have to worry any longer about a drunk driver ramming into my vehicle? Remember the cost. It's cheap, easy access, right? Because it's in a sachet. The big bottle is far expensive. Are you seeing where I'm coming from with these things now?
Right.
And then let's now talk about the effect of the content itself, right? 90% of I won't call them touts, because of course, the economy and the social structure could have put them in that situation, but 90% of never-do-wells that you see under the bridges, waiting for dusk to come or night, and then they pounce on people and prey on innocent people. Most of them consume these things, so it's easy access for them. And they create all manner of cocktails. So I might make a case for NAFDAC, right? If they had intention to place a ban on it. So that could be one of the reasons and one of the markers to say, let's place a ban on this thing. But if they've come out to now say, we've not placed a ban on this, now I'll put it this way, we've not effected, there's nothing to now say, we are moving ahead to make sure we implement this thing. Then make this information properly communicated to the public in different dialects and different languages, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and even in Pidgin English.
Yeah, for the local man, because at the end of the day, the people that are buying sachet alcohol, the people that are buying anything sachet, but whether you like it, are the ones that the people that can't really afford the big sizes. So it's just easier for them to. I mean, I can't buy this the big bottle, but I can easily buy this one. But I think for me, my only concern, or the only thing I need to have a little bit more clarity on, is the fact that it was banned apparently till December 2025. So I'm wondering, why is there a ban till then?
Why is there a timeline?
Why is there a timeline?
And if it's
Instead
lifted,
of banning it or banning it, or if it's lifted, it's lifted. So why then is there a time? Is this is a timeline where you buy all the alcohol you want to, or the timeline is banned, or by this time you can now drink? Like, what exactly happens? What exactly is special about? I just need to have an understanding of that timeline.
I will tell you. I mean, and this is not something that is hinged on stone or written. It's an unwritten law, truly speaking. When something is scarce, what happens?
Demand increases.
That's my point. So you see, there are a lot of bootlegs out there. A lot of people will say, this thing you can't buy it off the shelf, or it becomes expensive. Now, again, I'm not making a case against the manufacturers, but truth be told, if this could spiral into a situation where we cannot handle it, then we have to start looking at the fact that the marketing strategy is favoring some people. If money is exchanging hands, now say, look, let us do this to create scarcity, and then we can now hike the price. I mean, we've learned with what's happening with petroleum products and all that stuff. So let's look at that as an eye opener. Is it possible? Is there a possibility? What can we say? We're in the business of asking questions, right?
Right. We just have to ask questions. NAFDAC, what exactly is it you're doing? Why are you banning it at a certain time? What exactly happens in December? What's give us more clarity so that then we can understand, because our audience also needs to understand. Although I don't think our audience is the sachet alcohol type of audience anyway. But let's move on now to a story that is disturbing as it is heartbreaking. Now, gospel singer Timileyin Ajayi, accused of killing and dismembering his 24-year-old NYC girlfriend Salome Adaudu, has been seen praying in court. Yes, hands raised, eyes closed, like he wasn't the one found with a polythene bag containing a severed head earlier this year. Now, this video, which was shared by AIT, shows Ajayi in court for the continuation of his trial. Now, he had confessed earlier that he killed Salome out of jealousy, adding that he felt no regret. Now, this video has sparked anger online, with people questioning how someone capable of such violence could boldly be praying publicly. But let's not forget that it was a pastor, apparently. Now, we see Ajayi praying in court, as you can see in that video, like they say, kabashing. So, kabashing, like that's what we call it. So, is this genuine remorse? Or is this just a way to gain sympathy? I also think he's a very good showman.
Well, again, like they say, how are we dealing with consequences in this country? Right? I don't want to qualify this whole charade, because I call it a charade, with any, substantial analysis. All I want to say is, what is bad, okay, and should be dealt with without any angle of, sentiment. I understand for some platforms, it is a way of making money. Let's be honest. Platforms should be told, bloggers and all that stuff. But on the real tip, someone's life was taken away, right? I understand they are also carrying out their investigation, and every other thing is being put in place. Right now, he's in court. But looking at him, like they say, lack of a better term, kabashing and praying, is it that he's wanting some miracle to make the judge fall asleep, or to upturn the whole process?
Do you know why I was really curious to actually find the audio of that video? Because I wanted to really hear what he was saying. Although it was just saying different. It wasn't speaking. He wasn't saying a particular thing like, oh my God, help. It was kabashing. Also, I'm really curious.
Speaking about that curiosity, let's be honest. What if he's mentally deranged and he's saying other things that such information could be important? So I'm shocked that while doing that, they were only recording him instead of bringing their microphone to hear what it is he was saying. Because the act, the act that took place, murder, right? At a level where you can't even begin to phantom why.
Dismembering the body of somebody.
Do you understand? Cutting into different pieces. So, before I even go any further, remember the story of Reverend King?
I do remember.
Who set one of his members on fire. And when they asked him, he said, that he got a divine calling to do that.
To do that.
Now, this whole thing hinges upon the fact that religion needs fingers to be pointed at.
And fingers are being pointed.
Honestly speaking.
Fingers are pointed.
And then I'm not a religious, put it this way, so I'm not a cleric, but in our societies today, if you look at it, most people, and it's not funny, but it's ironic. Most people most children or, teenagers will rather take advice from their pastor than their parents. So you have a serious issue, I go to my pastor first. I go to my imam first. I'm not saying that they are not there to help shaping the child, but I'm saying the first education a child should have should be the parents. And I don't think any parent will advise his or her child wrongly. Let's start with that. There's a fundamental flaw. Because the society in which someone grows up can create reason for someone to begin to think that way. So when we rule that out first, what kind of home did he grow up in? Now, I'm trying to not justify, but imagine why the act was carried out in the first place.
Right.
Right? And then we'll move over to the kind of people he hangs around with. You say he is a gospel singer. Anyone can be a gospel singer.
Absolutely.
You don't have to be a Christian to be a gospel singer.
Yeah.
I can just say I want to start singing in, talking about praise and everything, but I'm not a gospel. I'm not a Christian. Right? So if that be the case, what they've done right now is they have used one of the things that he used to do as a case study to draw in more attention to it. Let's be honest. A bad person is a bad person, regardless of whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, or you're a Hindu or whatever, or maybe you're an atheist or whatever it is. So it qualifies what I'm saying, which is what kind of education and kind of, discipline or the kind of upbringing did he have while he was a child in his home? There's no way the father and mother couldn't have seen some certain things while he was growing up, saying, this is my child. There's something going on.
There's something off about. But you know what? Let's see some of the reactions. We didn't take a look at the reactions for the first story. We'll probably come back to that one. But let's see some of the reactions that our listeners and some of the social media users are making about this post.
Right.
Now, Uche says, praying for what exactly? That's the big, that's the big question. Let's see more reactions on this story on social media. Mike Wisdom says, it doesn't mean the prayer. It's just seeking the face and sympathy of the judge, just like you said. You thought rightly.
The whole thing.
Let's see. Massage Guru says, why didn't he apply the same prayer to get some meaningful job instead of killing innocent people? Wow. Let's see more reactions to this story. We don't have more reactions to this story, but those are some of the reactions that people have made on social media about this one. The story is really disturbing. When he called the first time, when I'd seen the news, I'm like, firstly, how do people meet these people? I mean, you never can tell. But I think also on our part, maybe there's a part we also have to play. Maybe there's also going to be a little bit of prayer to do, because
why must we pray about issues like this?
Look, Nigeria is a religious country.
What
we
if
have said it.
We channel that energy into educating our children?
But that's why. So I'm going to come from the religious angle. They'll say watch and pray. The watch is the channeling, the education,
and the pray is the one in court.
The pray is no. The watch is the education, is the using your own discernment to see, to filter, to sieve your relationships, your all of that. The prayer is the angle, because the truth is every Nigerian is very religious. Not just Christianity, not just if it's not Christianity, it's Islam. If it's not Islam, it's the Father. There's just something.
Can I chip in there? And this is me speaking on a very broad, table. Have you been to China before? How many churches or mosques do you see in China? China probably is not the most religious country in the world, but by far, if not the most developed country in the world. Do you know why? Do you know why? You see, there's something I want people to understand. I don't think God created religion. Now, I think that's my own opinion. I should not be, I should be objective. But I'm just saying.
It's true.
Man created religion.
You're entitled to your opinion, yeah.
And so, was it created for control? That should be a topic for a different day. Maybe when I go on a religious show and talk about that. But for now, let's stick with this.
You're digressing. But let's see some of the reactions to the first story. I'm really curious to see what some people were saying about the sachet ban and all of that. Nonso says so many harmful substances are packaged, not just in sachets, but bottles and plastics, and they're sold as alcohol. Firstly, I'm really all about this whole banning bottles, banning and plastic thing, because I've always been against it. Before recycling, before this old trend, because I call it a trend, that's a trend that's come to stay. It's not just a trend. Some like it, everyone talking about sustainability. I've been like that for the longest time. And my mom used to wonder, like when I didn't like the ideas of going to the stores and then they will give you those what we call nylon bags, plastic bags. I've never liked the idea. I've always been a person that just believes in just having like tote bags where you can just recycle the same bag, because you find in a Nigerian home growing up, then you find out. I'm sure every Nigerian home has that bag where you put different nylons into the other. So I'm all for this banning. When it comes to banning plastic, banning also bottles, whatnot, it's very important. Let's see more reactions to this story on social media. Jay says that why wait till December if it's not safe for I think that's just been my major question. Like, are you saying that okay, buy as much as you can till December? Steve Teen says, I don't drink, but I'll say this isn't entirely good as well. Not everybody has the money for beer, true, or can afford alcohol drinks. They might not even want to drink much. That's why they go for sachets. Now you're banning it. Why? What will it solve? Poverty?
Do you think this person is not a seasoned alcoholist?
Alex Orby says it's long overdue. Those sachet alcoholic drinks are mostly fake and are destroying life. Yeah, from that angle, it's important for them to ban it. So it's really good to see the reactions. Balance. The person talking about why they have to wait till December. The person that is talking about the fact that most of those alcoholic drinks are fake. They're causing havoc.
Some of them.
Some of them maybe because they're on the streets. I can imagine people just packaging different things, because that picture we saw on the screen just now, I saw different. I've never seen such brands before. Maybe because that's not really my line.
Which brings me to, just so that I don't digress. If you remember, I mentioned, I said, is NAFDAC doing what they need to do to make sure that all these brands actually have authentic registration number? Because go there, you see beneath them, they have registration number, this, that. Are those authentic numbers? If they are, which means someone has vetted it to be, consumable. If that be the case, did they pay for these things? What was the process before they finally got the go-ahead to produce? So if you know you're going to place a ban on it, which they've come out to say we've not placed a ban on, then why give them the certificate in the first place?
That's the big question.
And to respond again to just do a bit of highlight on the angle of China and religion. Now moving on a little bit right now to the other story, right? Yes, we're already aware that China, there are a lot of Buddhists there, right? Buddhism and stuff. But give and take, that's before we go. I'm just touching both stories now. Give and take. If you look at it, why are they like the leading, when it comes to technology and everything, is that they put that one on the side. They focus on what the country is all about. Unlike some countries here in Nigeria.
Countries in Nigeria.
Look, we are so religious in nature that sometimes we allow reasoning to be put aside. So that's what I meant by saying in China they're not too religious like that, but they have what works for them.
Right.
If
you actually look at African countries as well that are not so focused, because I like to talk about Africa. I'm very, Pan-African in my thinking.
So you're like me, so we have something in common.
That's good. So when I think about African countries as well that have this, they practice, different religions, but they're not so focused on religion, so to speak. And I would start with Rwanda. That's a country that I've lived, and really that country for me is one of the most developed African countries. Clean. It's easily the conference. Yeah, it's easily the conference capital of Africa right now. Everybody wants to host some of their biggest conferences in Africa. And we call ourselves the giant of Africa, but
are we really the giant?
Are we really the giant when a small country like Rwanda is doing all of these amazing things? And if you recall, I think about last year or some years back, the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, had banned how many churches? Closed down how many churches?
Because of noise pollution.
Yes. It closed down how many? It could never be in Nigeria. So many times, you just, Nigeria, from one step to another, you're seeing a church, you're seeing a church, you're seeing a church. And it's not many of them have regulation, especially the smaller churches. They are noisy. There's just a whole lot going on. And then, they're paying taxes.
Well, all that is for the regulators to look into. But just to highlight a little bit, I will tell you that if he didn't max his true intention with the idea of being a gospel artist, do you know that we could have fished him out a long time ago? I'm sure he was showing different traits of being someone who could kill somebody. But people around him felt, no, he's a gospel artist, so we don't think he might go that route. But he already had such, that kind of thought in his mind, someone who could do such a thing. And so which begs the question, again, are we allowing people to use the word religion to mask who they really are? I mentioned the issue of Reverend King at the time. Let's be honest. If we don't blindfold ourselves, right, with religion, would we really see who people really are, for what they're made of, what they can really do? So the government can swing in and say, look, as a human being first, again, I'm not saying religion is bad. No, I'm saying as a human being first, what kind of character do you have? I know they say character is not what somebody sees outside. It's who you are inside, because then you can't change it. You see now? And then it is who you are inside will finally come outside. So in his house there, I'm sure his wife would have seen a lot of problems, but he kept quiet until he came out and then set someone ablaze. Speaking about the young man also, presently now, so-called gospel singer. While he was at home, his dad or mom or whoever it is that he lived with could have seen some trait. This guy is not mentally sound. There's what they call delusion of grandeur. Where you think in your own brain and your own mind that you've been sent by somebody to come do something, be the icon. But it's happening only in your mind.
It's happening only in your mind. It's just you seeing it.
That's it. And then, when it comes to the law, premeditated murder meets the death penalty. Let's be honest. In other words, you thought about it. You said, look, I'm going to plan it. I'm going to buy the right, get the right situation, get the right equipment, this, that, and carry out such heinous crime. I don't think there's anything that has to do with, mental disorder. It's just a bad person.
I think that's where I'll just cap it off by saying what I had said earlier. We need to watch and pray.
So says Elizabeth.
Well, that's where we bring it to wraps on the social listening segment here on the Bdtv Breakfast Show. It was truly an interesting conversation. Let's watch and pray. Thank you.
Nigeria's central bank yesterday kept its benchmark interest rate unchanged for the second time in a row, as many had expected, while still noting relative improvements in key macroeconomic indicators that support a moderation in prices in the medium term. Ahead of the meeting, there was pressure to consider a modest cut in view of the pain borne by interest-sensitive sectors. Hello, welcome to this special edition of Global Business Insights, where we look closer at headlines moving markets and offer perspectives on the business environment. This episode focuses on the Nigeria Central Bank Monetary Policy Committee decision. First, let's listen to the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Olayemi Cardoso, his remarks after the MPC meeting.
MPC of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, held its 300th meeting on the 19th and 20th of May 2025. The committee was unanimous in its decision to hold policy and thus decided as follows. 1. Retain the MPR at 27.50%. 2. Retain the asymmetric corridor around the MPR at plus 500 to minus 100 basis points. 3. Retain the cash reserve ratio of deposit money banks at 50% and merchant banks at 16%. 4. Retain the liquidity ratio at 30%. Considerations. The MPC noted the relative improvements in some key macroeconomic indicators, which are expected to support the overall moderation in prices in the near to medium term. These include the progressive narrowing of the gap between the Nigeria foreign exchange market, NIFEM, and Bureau de Change, BDC windows, the positive balance of payments position, and easing price of PMS. Members also noted with satisfaction the progressive moderation in food inflation and therefore commended the government for implementing measures to increase food supply, as well as stepping up the fight against insecurity, especially in farming communities. The MPC thus encouraged security agencies to sustain the momentum while government provides necessary inputs to farmers to further boost food production. The committee, however, acknowledged underlying inflationary pressures driven largely by high electricity prices, persistent foreign exchange demand pressure, and other legacy structural factors. The MPC noted new policies introduced by the federal government to boost local production, reduce foreign currency demand pressures, and thus lessen the pass-through to domestic prices. Given the relative stability observed in the foreign exchange market, members urged the bank to sustain the implementation of the ongoing reforms to further boost market confidence. The committee also called on the fiscal authority to strengthen current efforts at enhancing foreign exchange earnings, especially from gas, oil, and non-oil exports. The MPC, however, expressed concerns about the recent decline in crude oil prices attributable to increased production by non-OPEC members, as well as uncertainties associated with U.S. trade policy, which present new challenges for fiscal receipts and budget implementation. The committee reaffirmed the continued stability of the banking system following notable improvements in key performance indicators and observed the appreciable progress in the ongoing recapitalization exercise. Members thus called on the bank to sustain its effective oversight of the industry to ensure compliance with regulatory and macro-prudential guidelines. On the strength of these considerations and driven by the continued uncertain policy environment exacerbated by ongoing global shocks, members weighed the available policy options and were unanimous in their decision to hold policy to enable a better understanding of near-term developments. Members reaffirmed their commitment to prioritize policies targeted at anchoring inflation expectations and easing exchange rate pressure. Key developments in the domestic and global economies. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, headline inflation year-on-year declined to 23.71% in April 2025, compared with 24.23% in March 2025. On a month-on-month basis, it also declined to 1.86% in April 2025 from 3.9% in the previous month. Both food and core components contributed to the decline in inflation in the period. Food inflation eased further to 21.26% in April 2025 from 21.79% in the previous period. Core inflation also declined to 23.39% in April 2025, compared with 24.43% in March. Real GDP year-on-year grew by 3.84% in the fourth quarter of 2024, compared with 3.46% in the preceding quarter. This improvement was driven by both the oil and non-oil sectors, with the services sector being the major contributor. Gross external reserves increased by 2.85% to $38.90 billion as at 16th of May 2025, from $37.82 billion at end of March 2025. Members were thus unanimous in their resolution to maintain close surveillance of developments in both the domestic and global environments to enable appropriate policy response to emerging shocks.
The decision was unanimous and all members were at the monetary policy meeting as they considered all the relevant factors, especially inflation. The decision was somewhat cautiously hawkish, similar to most apex banks waiting for better clarity on the inflation trajectory, also noting the high level of uncertainty still playing out in the external context. We typically do not get much guidance from the Nigeria apex banks, and there was little, albeit cautious, signaling beyond showing a wait-and-see mode. A single data print with the falling inflation was definitely unconvincing to establish confidence needed that the time was right to begin easing. The decision to hold could also be to allow more time, given the normal lag, for the restrictive policy environment to have its full effect on demand factors, pressures to reduce inflation, while also allowing fiscal side to play its own part. The latest Purchasing Managers Index data, that's economic activity, also shows much resilience despite the high interest rates. Stanbic IBTC Bank Nigeria PMI inched slightly lower to 54.2 in April 2025 from over a one-year high of 54.3 in the previous month. Still, it also was the fifth consecutive month of expansion in the private sector as output growth remained robust. With decent PMI, there is less panic about economic pain, and the MPC must be encouraged by the resilience evident in the data to wait to be more certain about dropping inflation before easing. Most important, of course, is need for caution to avoid premature easing and reversing recent gains in bringing down inflation. Analysts also applauded progress made in Naira stability, even as the governor said members of the MPC voiced concerns over the recent drop in crude oil prices and uncertainties linked to U.S. trade policy, which could pose new challenges for income, the value of the Naira, and budget execution. My sense is if we see May and June inflation data still trending downwards and less uncertainty as trade tensions settle, there is a decent chance that the next decision will be a cut. On Wall Street, S&P 500 fell for the first time in over a week as the market's latest run finally ran out of steam. It was indeed a slow day for Wall Street yesterday as traders look for catalysts to inform their investment decisions. In the UK, an important catalyst could be the latest inflation read, which just came out. Investors expect fewer Bank of England rate cuts in 2025, and the pound jumped, touching the highest level against the dollar since February 2022, as UK consumer price inflation rose 3.5% in April. This was faster than estimate for a 3.3% jump, also higher than the Bank of England forecast of 3.4%. On a monthly basis, CPI rose 1.2%, also exceeding the 1% estimate. Core inflation rose 3.8% on a yearly basis compared to the 3.6% expected, while services inflation jumped to 5.4%, well above the 4.8% estimate. The Bank of England lowered interest rates by a quarter point to 4.25% on the 8th of May. The Bank of England previously had said it expects inflation to peak at 3.7% due to higher gas and electricity prices between July and September 2025, before dropping back to its 2% target. Asia-Pacific markets closed mostly higher as Wall Street paused a 6-day winning streak. Oil prices were up more than 1% after reports that Israel is preparing a strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, raising concerns on supply availability in a key oil-producing region. Well, that's it on this special edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Their leader, when you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered the master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary. And this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink. It's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity. You don't increase quantity. You actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast. And I look forward to seeing you on May 23.
Making big shifts is first about quality before it is about quantity. So sometimes what we want to do is to do more of what we're doing now. That will get some progress. That will bring some increase, but it's usually arithmetic. If you want the geometric one, the big jump, you realize it's not that you're going to get more than 24 hours. It's the same 24 hours. It's the same use, it's the same resources. It's more about quality than quantity. That's why I'm saying it's more about who you are. It's more about your thinking. It's more about perspective. It's more about how you see the world.
Their leader. The time of increased uncertainty, unpredictability, and volatility is not a time to shrink. It's a time to expand. That is why I'm inviting you to join me and a small group of leaders on May 23 and 24, 2025 in Lagos, Nigeria. Yes, you need to see with new eyes, right? To recognize the opportunities and the obstacles. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing together at the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. Remember, accelerator. Some people are going to go 10x, 100x, 1000x after this session together. The first day we meet together, it's networking. That's one of the major places where you make your money at a meeting like this. And then most of the day on Saturday, 24th May. So register right away, grab your seat. See you on May 23. Their leader. When you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered a master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary. And this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink. It's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity. You don't increase quantity. You actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast. And I look forward to seeing you on May 23.
Hello and welcome to the Business Day exclusive. My name is Elizabeth Musa and today we are all about millionaire moves. I've got joining me today a young man who is passionate about helping young people, especially those in the African American community, create their own wealth journey. His name is Cedric Nash and he is called Your Millionaire Mentor. He's a serial entrepreneur and investor who educates, inspires and motivates wealth building in the African American community. He's also the founder of the Black Wealth Summit 501 organization and the author of the newly released books, Why Should White Guys Have All the Wealth? And also is also the author of How You Can Become a Millionaire Starting from the Bottom and the Millionaire Money Moves Supplemental Investment Guide. He also is the founder and the owner and president and CEO of Oakland Consulting. Oakland provides a range of enterprise IT services that helps organizations realize their business and technology goals. He is also a firm believer and living example that anyone, regardless of age, race, income, or starting point, can build wealth if they have a burning desire, unshakable faith, grit, and a willingness to make the necessary sacrifices. Well, enough of the introduction. Let's get into the business of today. Welcome to the show, Mr. Nash.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here with you today.
Awesome. Let me start by asking you why you started this journey of getting more people empowered to create wealth. Tell us about this journey.
Well, this journey started a long time ago, just coming out of college. I read a lot of books on personal finance, inspired by my mentors. I had 4 millionaire mentors who inspired me and shaped my mindset to want to build wealth. So when I came out of college, I really wanted to create a blueprint for building wealth starting with a paycheck. And so I was able to achieve that. And as a way of paying forward what my 4 millionaire mentors had poured into me, I wanted to spread the love to my community because I believe that, like I said, anybody can build wealth as long as you have that burning desire.
Right. And tell us about what this millionaire mindset is. I mean, there are many people who want to be millionaires. There are people who already are millionaires. They probably have a mindset that we don't know. And then what do aspiring millionaires also, what's this millionaire mindset that they need to know about?
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people think that a millionaire mindset is really about, lavish living and lavish spending. And it's quite the opposite. The millionaire mindset is really around frugality. It's really around using your money like a tool to make more money as opposed to using it like a toy. And so it sounds very simple, but it's very difficult to implement. It's because we are influenced by our friends, we're influenced by social media, we're influenced by millionaires and billionaires who are spending millions of dollars on marketing to influence us to use our money to make them richer. And so it's harder and harder for people to keep their own money in their own pockets and building up their own group of assets that provide lifelong income and wealth for them and their family. So, like I said, it's a lot of people talk often about this millionaire mindset. I think they get it wrong. It's really about frugality. It's really around treating your money like a precious resource. And so often in our community, we treat it we have a saying, to fake it until we make it. We treat it more like to make us look more wealthy, and that never is a recipe for success.
And tell us about looking at your own journey. What was the mindset shift rather that you had to make to become a millionaire?
You know, what was interesting is that because my millionaire mentors had poured into me since I was in 11th grade, when I came out of college, I already had that mindset. So when I took my first job out of college as a software engineer, making $36,400 a year in the United States, which was a decent salary at that time for a 25-year-old, you know, I lived on a very, very tight budget, a very strict budget. I made sure I was constantly saving. You know, I bought my first piece of real estate right out of college. I went from my college apartment right into owning my own condominium. And so I was very frugal. I was saving my money. I was only spending on things that were necessary. So my mindset was already there. What's really interesting is that at that age, I never knew how it would turn out. I just believed that that was the right process. And it worked because that mindset that cemented in me continued even when I started making significantly more money. And so as I made significantly more money, I always lived below my means. I always made sure that I invested in assets. And over time, those assets have grown and they continue to produce income. And that's really what we have to do. The sad reality is people are in certain financial situations that make it very difficult for them to live as frugal as they need to be. But that really is the answer.
Right. And, you know, you talked about your journey and you rightly mentioned that you started out really early and you went on to even purchase your first real estate, your property, real estate. So what's one common mistake investors make at the early stage that you would like them to correct today?
Thank you. I love that you asked that question because I have another book that I've written but I haven't released, and it's targeted to college grads. And it talks about the journey that I took, and it talks about some of the mistakes that I've made and some of the things that I would have done differently. And so one of those things are that when I first came out of college, you know, I wanted to I got married shortly out of college. I bought a condominium and I wanted to kind of, you know, live this life. I bought a condominium, I bought a BMW, was buying fancy clothes, Hugo Boss suits, because I was trying to project this image. There was still work on my mindset that needed to be done, but for the most part, I was in good shape. The one thing I would have done differently, though, is I probably would have purchased a duplex. I would have purchased a property that had 2 or 3 units, and me and my young wife at the time with no kids could have lived in one unit and rented out the others and got to the point where we were living rent-free so I could even save more money. So, and then I would have held on to that duplex because, you know, a duplex in the area where I was living today would be worth over $2 million. And I could have gotten it much cheaper. The other interesting thing about that duplex is in the United States, the way financing works, the same financial requirements are needed for a single family that are needed for a duplex, threeplex, even a fourplex. So I still could have gotten in there with very little money as a down payment and had somebody else pay the mortgage and some. So that's the mindset that I'm talking about. It's about how do I maximize the use of my money for my eventual long-term success. And that's the mindset that millionaires have. They don't look for short-term rewards. They look for long-term success.
Right. And let's talk about wealth building and what you think is important and what is not. Do you think age, do you think race, do you think education, do you think all of these things are important factors when it comes to wealth building?
The reality is it's not that important. It's really the mindset. And the reason why I say that is that the education can help in terms of your ability to earn more money. I mean, it does take money to make more money. So the education will help you on what I call the offense, on getting more income so that you can do better things with it. But there's been countless of people, you know, I mean, in our history, as well as people even, you know, our parents and grandparents who made modest amounts of money, but they saved a lot and they built significant wealth. And I always talk about my grandmother who made only $200 a month, which is not much money in the United States, but she went on to owning her own home. She saved some money for retirement. She passed money on to her grandkids, of which I received some, and then I basically invested that money. At the same time, I own her house in New York, in the Bronx, and that house is worth over $700,000, and I have it rented out. So that's what generational wealth is really about. It's about efficiently transferring wealth from one generation to another. And so I say efficiently by minimizing, tax liabilities, minimizing the amount of money you spend with lawyers trying to transfer over the assets. So I think it's not so much about how much you make. It's really more about the mindset, because if you have the right mindset, you can always find ways to make more money by taking on side hustles and eventually get your investments to generate the income that you want and desire.
Right, and I understand that you are mostly focused on, making sure that the African American community builds wealth. What do you think are some of the financial barriers that we are facing in the African American community?
The biggest barrier, and it sounds like I said, I know I sound like a broken record because I go back and forth to this mindset concept. It really is so important. But the biggest barrier to us as a community is that most African Americans, pretty much all of us, our understanding and our knowledge around wealth it's rooted in financial trauma, right? Starting all the way from slavery. And if you're in the United States, you go from slavery, you go to sharecropping, which my grandfather was a sharecropper. My father was a southern sharecropper. You go from being promised 40 acres and a mule that never happens, gets taken back. You go to, there's a whole bunch of things, redlining, the Jim Crow laws, and even the stuff that we're dealing with today that's setting us back so far in the United States. So what happens is it's our response to that financial trauma that has shaped our mindset in the way that it is. And it's made us desperate. So then we invest in things that we expect are going to give us super fast returns, like cryptocurrency and things like that, right? We basically fall for all of these tricks that don't really get us there because our mindset says we're behind, we need to speed it up, so we've got to basically take chances. And the realities about wealth is that it's a slow process. It's about slow, consistent investing in quality assets that appreciate and generate over time. It also has us distrustful of our fellow brothers. So then we have a difficult time pulling our money together to invest together. All of these are mindset concepts. The other piece is that it has us overcompensating. So basically, I talk about fake it till we make it. We spend money to convince people that are not wealthy that we're wealthy, right? That's overcompensating, as opposed to using that capital to literally make us wealthy. All of these are mindset things that hold us back. And so in order to basically build wealth and to shift that mindset, it really takes the right village, right? It starts with having the right environment of people that are serious about building wealth and willing to put the work in. And that's why I created this Black Wealth Growth Challenge, where I mentor people for an entire year. And in that process, there's a huge mindset that's happened. They get coaching on investing. They learn from other millionaire investors, and they're inspired. And they're inspired to stay the course. And they're in a course with people of like-minded. So that's really, really what's needed. And it's a slow process, and it takes time, but it's very, very doable.
Thank you for breaking that down for us. We are in Africa, so oftentimes people talk about poverty levels being high. It's hard for many people to even think of wealth creation when they have yet to put food on their tables. All of these things are things that people are not quite concerned about, building wealth when they are yet to, have a 3-square meal. What do you think is the way out of this? Do you think that it's still possible for people to build wealth with high levels of poverty?
Yes, there is. And like I said, it's been done, between generations. There's a book I read called, it's called Black Fortunes, and it talks about the six African Americans or Africans that escaped slavery to become millionaires. And they started way before the levels of poverty in Africa today. These are people who started as slaves, who started just out of slavery, who were able to pull some money together and invest in the same things: real estate, stocks and bonds, private equity, gold, the whole 9 yards, and become millionaires. So the whole point is like, no matter where you're starting from, it's possible. It just means that the journey is going to be slower and it's going to be harder. And that just means that you have to have that much more resolve. You got to find so many ways to make income. And what's interesting about Africa, which I love, I call it a new frontier, because there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of things that are happening. One of the things that I see and I might be wrong on this, but one of the things I don't see that that Africa is taking advantage of to the full extent, and that's the technology revolution that's happening.
Right.
African, businesses, there's so much technology that could be brought to those businesses that could significantly increase efficiencies and create opportunities for young people that have embraced these new technologies. I'm talking about artificial intelligence. I'm talking about cybersecurity. Talking about a lot of the technology centered around mobile technology and electric vehicles and the whole 9 yards. It's a huge opportunity. And I believe also that there's ways through research and hard work to identify ways to get capital for those businesses. And that's really, really the key. In fact, I really can't talk about it now, but I'm working on something that does such that to help bring capital to African American people to kind of, spark their entrepreneurial dreams and goals.
Truly look forward to that. But, when I was reading through your bio, I did see that you spoke about spending what your money makes. And I was really curious to know what that means. How does one set up their finances so as to be able to spend what their money makes?
I love that. That's really, really the key. And what I mean by that is that a lot of people take their money and they spend their money, and they're not using it like a tool. When you use your money like a tool, that means that you invest in things that generate more income. An example of things that generate more income is you can invest in multifamily properties. I know in Africa, people pay their rent for the entire year.
Right.
So you can find properties that you can buy and fix up and rent those properties out. So you're not spending the money that it takes to buy the properties. You're spending the rent, the proceeds of the rent. So you're spending what your money is making. The other example is, I know in Africa, you can now invest in the U.S. stock market. There are things called dividend aristocrats. These are dividend stocks that have been producing a dividend. And a dividend is when a company makes a profit, they decide to share some of those profits with shareholders in the form of quarterly dividends. Well, some companies pay 5 or 6% dividends to their investors. So by buying a whole bunch of dividend stock, now you can invest, you can spend the dividends while keeping the base investment continuing to grow. That's the concept of what I call making millionaire money moves. It's about using your capital to invest in assets that appreciate in value at the same time generate income. A business is another kind of thing. It's where you put your money in to start a business, and the money that your business generates, you can spend a portion of that. But if you don't have any capital to invest in these assets, you'll never get that system going. You'll never get that system moving.
Right. And some of us are not even creating budgets. Some of us don't even know how to stay on a budget. Can you give us some tips on implementing? I understand that you have something called, is it the $M Power Budget? Because I did see that. So do you want to give us tips on implementing using this budget?
Yeah, it's called the Millionaire Money Moves Power Budget. And I call it a power budget because it really challenges you to at least save and invest at least 27% of your income. And a lot of people can't initially do that. And so the name of the game is, if you can't do that, then you've got to make more income, because as you make more income, it changes the distribution of that formula until you can get to 27%. And the reason why I say that is because you need to invest a significant portion of your income in order to build sustainable wealth. And I have templates that kind of allow people to put their current budget in, categorize their expenditures, and it will create a graph to show them how their current budget stacks against the Millionaire Money Moves Power Budget. But my mother would always say, my mother died when I was 19. I'll never forget her saying this, that if you can't manage a little bit of money, you won't be able to manage a lot of money. And that's so true. And you'll find some people who come into big money fast, a lot of times like American athletes or international athletes, and they spend it real fast. And it's because they never developed the right mindset around that money, and they never create a budget. So no matter how much money you make, I mean, I make a decent amount of money, and I still live off of a budget. It's the same budget structure I created when I came out of college when I was 25 years old. You have to manage and account for your dollars so that you can put them to work to benefit yourself. One of the keys, or one of the challenges, especially in this credit kind of environment in the United States is that, and Africa doesn't have this problem for the most part, is because the credit cards give people this false sense of more money than they have. And it makes it almost impossible for them to stay on budget. Plus, like I said, marketers are constantly telling you you need this, you got to buy this thing, or this is going to make you look more wealthy or more stronger or whatever. And it causes people to spend money on things that they really don't need. So the key to staying on budget, and I talk about this as well, is when you look at the power budget, I have you create several accounts where you put money into those accounts according to the distribution of your budget. And then when that money is gone in that bucket, it's almost like putting different money in different buckets. And when that money is gone in that bucket, then you just have to stay at home and cut your spending until you get more money put into the bucket. So, that's one way. It's going to segment your money into what is mandatory for you to pay in terms of what is discretionary, things that are optional, which is another bucket for what you need to save and invest, right? Another bucket for how you reward yourself when you achieve your goals, right? And also another bucket for giving back, because that's an important paradigm in wealth building. So that's, in essence, I know I'm going on, but that's in essence the structure of our budgeting. And that's key to building wealth. It's a slow process, but you've got to manage your dollars very, very carefully and track them if you're going to get there.
Right. And, you've been speaking on saving and investing more, and people are curious to know what are ways to strategically invest. What will be your tips on earning more? Because there are people who, probably want to invest, but then they just have just a little chunk, and they're wondering, what am I even going to invest?
I love
like
that.
A Nigerian. So they're thinking, how do I then earn more so I can invest more? So what ways will you tell us on how to strategically invest?
Well, like I said, it sounds like you're talking two different questions, but to strategically invest, I have something on my website at cedricnash.com, and it's called My Investment Ladder. And it basically shows people how to go to zero to millions. And it has different levels of investors, from a level 1 investor to a level 7 investor. And so I created this because I'm real serious about teaching people how to become a millionaire starting from the bottom. And I needed to be able to show a roadmap of how you do it. And I basically talk to people of how do you get to $1,000, and then you can invest into the stock market, into ETFs or into index funds or individual stocks. And then as you grow that money up to 25,000 or whatever, then I go to the next band, 25 to 50,000, where you can invest in single family homes or and continue to invest in the stock market. So it's a roadmap, because your portfolio, your investment portfolio, in order to be safe, needs to be heavily diversified across stocks, real estate, entrepreneurship, and even potentially private equity. So if you get a chance, you can go to my website at cedricnash.com, look at my Millionaire Money Moves link, and it will basically explain my entire system. But that's really, really the process. And you've got to be patient and consistent, regardless of what happens with the market. Now, some people may say, well, I don't have that much money to invest. And that's a good answer, because the reality is the best way to invest in the market is consistently every month or every paycheck, not to pour loads of money into the market. It's called dollar cost averaging. So you're averaging your price as the market continues to grow. Whether or not the market goes down or up, if it goes down, you're buying more shares. If it goes up, your shares that you own have gone up in value. That's the strategy. And then there's also a thing called buying slices of stocks. So with at least $5, you can buy a slice of a stock. So if you can't buy a whole share, you can buy a slice. So there's no excuse why people and why we should not be investing. And I want to close out by saying that's our number one mistake, is that we spend so much time paying down our debt and we don't spend enough time and energy investing. And investing takes time to build that momentum. And that's what has to happen.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cedric Nash. I would ask you if you have any final words for us today, but if you don't have any, we could close out. But do you have any final words for us today?
Well, my final words are I just, want to encourage people to keep focused, to keep motivated, keep investing. I don't care what your level of debt is. Take a piece of the money that you make and put it away for you and your family in the future. The goal is to get those investments big enough to where they generate enough income to provide lifelong income for you, as well as provide lifelong income for your family. And finally, when you go and God calls you to glory, you can't pass the income from your job to your family, but your investments and the income that your investments make can definitely be passed to the next generation and built upon. And that's what generational wealth is all about.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cedric Nash, for your time today. It was truly insightful speaking with you, and we'll definitely check out your website, to just learn on and just imbibe some of these tips that you'll be sharing there. But thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
And this has been the Business Day exclusive here on Bdtv. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for watching.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Bdtv News at Noon. I am Norma Obona. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. Economic reforms save Naira from massive depreciation, says Cardoso. Oil surges on reports that Israel is preparing to strike Iran. Osun PDP senators endorse Tinubu for 2027 election. UK inflation hits 15-month high as utility bills soars. Heavy rain and windstorm disrupt National Sports Festival in Ogun. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has revealed that the Naira would have been in a worse position against the US dollar without the bold reforms it initiated in 2023. The Apex Bank Governor, Olayemi Cardoso, revealed this at the 300th Monetary Policy Committee meeting held on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. The Naira depreciated from around 500 Naira per dollar to about 1,600 Naira per dollar in 2025 after the Apex Bank introduced market reforms, including a managed float and reintroducing the willing buyer, willing seller model. The reforms were aimed at attracting investors back to the country after rating agencies claimed that the Naira was overpriced at around 500 Naira per dollar in early 2023. And moving on, oil production has rallied following a CNN report that the new U.S. intelligence suggests that Israel is preparing for a potential strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. According to the report, Brent crude rose above 6.6 per barrel. CNN, citing some unidentified officials, says it wasn't clear that Israeli leaders has made a final decision on whether to carry out the strikes. Oil has been volatile since last week on mixed reports about the fate of Iran-US nuclear talks, paving way for more barrels to return to a market that's expected to be oversupplied later in the year. And also in the local news, the People's Democratic Party Senators Caucus in Osun State on Tuesday, May 20th, declared support and endorsement for President Bola Tinubu as its preferred candidate for the 2027 presidential election. In a joint statement signed by Senator Kamarudin Oyewumi, Osun West, Senator Olubiyi Ajagunla, Osun Central, and Senator Francis Fadunsi, Osun East, the lawmakers expressed their support for Tinubu's leadership and a second term in office. The endorsement followed a meeting held on Tuesday where the senators unanimously backed the president, citing his track record in governance, economic reforms, and infrastructure development. And now moving on to the foreign scene, Britain's annual inflation rate surged more than expected in April as energy and water bills rose sharply. Official data from National Statistics revealed that the Consumer Prices Index soared to 3.5% last month, up from 2.6% in March, as analysts' consensus forecast had been for a jump to 3.3%. According to reports, UK regulators allowed private companies to hike household bills from April, taking into account movements in oil and gas markets and indebted water providers. At 3.5%, the headline rate was the highest since the beginning of 2024. And to end the news, a heavy rain accompanied by a windstorm has disrupted sporting events and business activities at the ongoing 2025 National Sports Festival, also known as NSF, at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abeokuta and Ikene, Ogun State. The storm forced the suspension of the basketball game between Team Rivers and Jigawa for an extended period. According to reports, the football match between Team Ebonyi and Bornu also faced delays due to adverse weather conditions. Eyewitness described the incident as a natural occurrence, expressing gratitude that no lives were lost. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Bdtv News at Noon. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned.
Making big shifts is first about quality before it is about quantity. So sometimes what we want to do is to do more of what we're doing now. That will get some progress. That will bring some increase, but it's usually arithmetic. If you want the geometric one, the big jump, you realize it's not that you're going to get more than 24 hours. It's the same 24 hours. It's the same use, it's the same resources. It's more about quality than quantity. That's what I'm saying. It's more about who you are. It's more about your thinking. It's more about perspective. It's more about how you see the world.
And
Making big shifts is first about quality before it is about quantity. So sometimes what we want to do is to do more of what we're doing now. That will get some progress. That will bring some increase, but it's usually arithmetic. If you want the geometric one, the big jump, you realize it's not that you're going to get more than 24 hours. It's the same 24 hours. It's the same use, it's the same resources. It's more about quality than quantity. That's what I'm saying. It's more about who you are. It's more about your thinking. It's more about perspective. It's more about how you see the world.
Dear leader, when you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered a master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary. And this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink. It's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity. You don't increase quantity. You actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast. And I look forward to seeing you on May 23. Dear leader, the time of increased uncertainty, unpredictability, and volatility is not a time to shrink. It's a time to expand. That is why I'm inviting you to join me and a small group of leaders on May 23 and 24, 2025 in Lagos, Nigeria. Yes, you need to see with new eyes, right? To recognize the opportunities and the obstacles. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing together at the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. Remember, accelerator. Some people are going to go 10x, 100x, 1000x after this session together. The first day we meet together, it's networking. That's one of the major places where you make your money at a meeting like this. And then most of the day on Saturday, 24th May. So register right away, grab your seat. See you on May 23.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets Infrastructure as a Catalyst for Transformation Economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth.
I'm speaking on the subject, which was, I think, picked by Jalo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria or Africa and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influences, but also advocate for probably a more multipolar, more even, more balanced world. By pooling our resources and pooling our diplomatic efforts, I heard the Egyptian ambassador here, our regions can exert much more influence globally on decision making. And so 32 countries comprising 44 members and associates have united under the AMIDA banner, driven by a singular mission to enhance the safety, to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the performance of our capital markets. Well done. I want to demystify the subject of market infrastructure, the subject of what a CSD is for others. Who are others? The media, policymakers, market intermediaries, and so on. Because yours is a very technical function. And yes, it has fundamental important impact. But if you ask most people, why is a CSD important? Most people who actually have the power to do the things that will make a CSD relevant and important, either in our markets or they don't know. So today, your mission has never been more critical. Geopolitical realignments are reshaping global trade routes. Digital disruption is transforming the rules of settlement and custody, and capital is increasingly mobile and is seeking out the most robust and innovative platforms where it can work. So in this context, countries and businesses across Africa and the Middle East face both unprecedented challenges and extraordinary opportunity.
As a matter of fact, we finally made it, and we are here today in Lagos, and we met almost on the first day to our main objectives. We've seen lots of collaborations among the members, but let's not forget that we are Lagos in Nigeria. There are lots of potential interest. We've seen and learned from NGX, which is a stock exchange, national stock exchange, and also we learned from CSCS about the latest technologies, about the latest development have been made. So most of the members already entered into agreements, collaboration, exchange of knowledge, and today we think we will go back again to our countries and learn from this event, which is very important, and also the latest developments and achievements have been done in Nigeria, particularly on policymakers, regulations, marketplace, and as well as the clearinghouse, which is CSCS. Last but not least, we have also seen how the broker also interact in the market yesterday and today. We have also met few market participants. So yes, we'll go back and we'll learn a lot from what's happening in this area, particularly in Nigeria. So let's not forget that the more than 40 members among Africa and Middle East with a market, a huge number of market cap. So we've discussed internally on the cross-border transaction we have done among more than 10 members. We came up with a platform that is accessible by any members who enter to this. So today, let's say an investor in Nigeria who has a market setup with one of the local brokers, if they are interested in trading in any market across the African Middle East Association, they don't have to have a local access. So they can use the local broker to access any market, trade, settle, and that's it. So this was the main objective, and this was one of the dreams that we have ever thought of. And today it's up and running, and we are growing. As we started with 2 markets, today we are 10, so we are announcing as we go.
I think one of the biggest challenges is around user education. Investing places a lot of responsibility on the part of investor to know what they are doing. Whether you have financial advisors or not, you still at an individual level need to understand what you're doing. So I think there's a lot of work that we can do around education. I also think there's a lot we can do around providing more investment opportunities to people that need them. There's a lot of asset classes and instruments that exist in the world today, and there's often a mismatch both in terms of accessibility and the education on how to use that to people that it can maybe benefit the most. Some of the work that we're doing in Bamboo is trying to bridge that gap. We invest a lot in education, providing tools, resources on demand, in person, trying to show people and teach them the fundamentals of investing responsibly, the fundamentals of making smart financial decisions for yourself, and also by providing our app that's essentially free and easy to use, trying to create as many asset classes as possible for people across markets. So today we are in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, giving opportunities to, about 1 million people on the platform today.
Many challenges, but if I would identify a few, we talk about old equipment, sometimes dated 15 to 20 years old, okay? We also have the problem of AI adoption. A lot of financial institutions struggle to adopt AI, and usually it's the result of poor API and data quality. We also have the issues of, costly regulatory complexities, and this is usually makes the struggle for cross-border settlement to happen. And he also struggles innovation. So these are the few that we can identify in terms of challenges by the financial institution in Africa.
The capital market has been an engine for economic growth and prosperity for a lot of countries because it provides you a platform to crowdfund, to raise capital at a level that is unmatched. Because if you think about it, if you're trying to raise 1 billion naira, and you're having to go to individuals to fundraise. That's a lot more tedious work than if you go to a platform and be able to raise money from people who have not even met you before, but they are putting money based on what. And the government is doing a lot in that regard. Mr. President, one of the Mr. President's key interventions in this that is crucial to this space is the laying of 96,000 of broadband infrastructure across the country. What that means is that you can be in the middle of anywhere in Nigeria and be able to access internet, because a company now can now ride on the trunk infrastructure that have been invested in building a mast or extending the network to far off places, so people can now connect no matter where they are. I mean, look at what mobile phone did initially in bringing people who were in the hinterland and the villages and being able to connect them.
So this talent management conference is a strategic gathering of CEOs, HR professionals, policymakers, and wellness advocates who are committed in different ways to building a resilient, productive people, having a primary focus on ensuring the well-being of our people.
Business Day Media held its Talent Management Conference on the 8th of April 2025. The conference brought together a spectacular corp of CEOs, top HR professionals, government policymakers, and wellness advocates committed to building resilient people-first organizations in Nigeria. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
With 74% of Nigerian employees reportedly disengaged at work and productivity losses exceeding billions of dollars annually, the urgency to rethink talent management in our organizations has never been greater. This conference serves as a vital platform to explore how aligning employee well-being with organizational goals can unlock untapped profitability and, of course, long-term competitiveness. From practical wellness initiatives to engagement-driven leadership models, this event offers actionable insights to Nigerian businesses ready to future-proof their organization's workforce.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Professor Akin Abayomi, Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Health, who made emphasis on employee well-being, health, among other critical areas of well-being.
Your health as an employee, we have to make sure that you are a healthy person and that you're in a fit state to make the contribution for which you've been engaged to do. But at the same time, we don't want the workspace to contribute negatively to your health and well-being. And so the workspace is a complex environment from the moment you leave your home till the moment you get to your office, if you are doing a physical job, or if you are in a virtual space, that connectivity is important. So we look at even issues around commuting, transportation. How do you get to work? When you get to work, what is the comfort level of your work environment? What is the government doing in terms of policy around occupational health? What is the government doing about recreational spaces around your work environment? Do you have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get to work? And then you are dredging the fact that as you knock off, you're going to be spending another 2 or 3 hours commuting to get back home. So government's role is very holistic. Our job as government is to improve the livability of a system, of a city, to ensure that when you are in the space of a city, whether you're living with your family or you're working or you're commuting, that it is easy for you to be in that environment.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with an array of reputable speakers.
Wellness is encompassing. Wellness is very personal. I can't build a wellness initiative for you. You have to build it with me. And that's why we use what we call the EIP approach, employee involvement and participation. This comes with our 4 phases. And the first phase is we will have what we call the wellness risk assessment. I want to know what is about your health life, your financial disposition, what is your psychological state. And so we develop an evaluation tool that enables us to gather that data. Then we don't stop at that data, we probe further. So we come up with an holistic survey, and the survey covers the total well-being of our employees. And we ask simple questions like, do you have a best friend at work? Because it matters. The emotional state of an employee matters. The social strata of an employee matters. And that helps us to build the initiatives. So we just don't stop at building, then we measure. Just like Benga said, it's very important. We have what we call wellness goals. So you start with your individualized wellness goal, which we now put together.
I'll come to measurements.
To measurements. And so, so it's very important. And finally, wellness is beyond initiative. Wellness is a culture. So we weave it into our daily lives. We have things like you have daily stretches on your desk. We have Wednesday wellness tips that we tell you communication about wellness. We let you know what is going on within the public space. So thank you to our Nobel Commissioner. It's nice having you here, sir. So as you push out this information, and I think more information needs to go out to HR people so they can get their people aware what's going on out there. Because everybody needs wellness education. And you need to know that wellness just is beyond health. It's also financial. So when Otame was talking about how is our paycheck, I can probably say our paycheck is good because it's part of the strategy of the organization. Because if you don't have your people have that sense of wellness, sense of well-being, that platform to be the best of themselves, then how will you be productive?
So one of the things that I've found personally in relating with, I call them my colleagues. So, is I found that, every now and again, I just have non-work conversations. So, in fact, the very first time I did it, it came as it was like a shock. Everybody was like, what's going on? But I just had, because over time, maybe I've asked some information, your parents, your siblings, blah, blah, blah. So I just then ask personal, direct questions, how is your sister? I know she's in school. You guys lost your mom. How is she feeling? How is she handling? You are not in the country. And I'm just giving real life examples of some of the things that have happened and just having those conversations. And I could tell that, you could literally see some of their shoulders. It was like a weight just dropped because they're like, oh, wow. So somebody sees me aside from just having to fulfill a role. So that was one of the ways that, because I realized that, sometimes we could ask for feedback. But then this feedback comes and then it's like it's just for information purposes. It's just to be able to say we gather data and nothing actually happens after that. So having those kind of conversations, non-work conversations, was one of the ways that I found was really engaging for the employees, because then after that, what they're then able to do is if they're having challenges in work, if they're having challenges outside of work, it's easy for them to then come and say, this is what is going on, how can we help? What can we do? Or can I take this? Or can I do this? And so that conversation is then easier to have because there's been, because I have then initiated conversations that have been non-work related.
The conference provided a vital platform to explore how aligning employees' mental, emotional, and physical well-being with organizational roles can unlock untapped profitability, productivity, long-term competitiveness in order to make the employees and Nigerian businesses stay connected and ready to future-proof their workforce. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference and thoughts on how to improve the well-being and engagement of the employees.
An enhanced leadership mindset, really focused on driving the right level or an increasing level of employee engagement in order to boost profitability?
I learned a lot. And you're from Business Day, right?
Yes.
I hope you're going to keep doing this.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So
It
you
was
want us to
very,
have more?
yes, it was very insightful. It was very insightful. I saw different angles to things that you can do. You need to see my phone. I'm very electronic. I don't carry the book. So my notes for today alone, I've taken down a lot of tips, things we can improve on because nobody's perfect. So it was very insightful. I'm walking out of here with a lot of motivation. I have 5 people in my team. Everybody is busy. I had to pull someone out and say, please come here. You just come and listen to what is happening here. And she got here on time and she's going to do a presentation to the wider team on Friday. And Friday is when we have our own departmental meeting. So it was very insightful. Thank you very much, Business Day. Please keep doing it.
Yeah, it's been an interesting conference. Had great panel speakers, really, really great panelists. We do a very fantastic job at Global Financials today, but what I've heard from a lot of other people shows that there's still some more great work we can do, right? In terms of engagement, in terms of aligning employee welfare with productivity and translating that into profitability, in terms of the keenness in which we engage staff and ensure that they are fully and consistently engaged so that they can be productive, not out of force, right? But because it just flows naturally. In terms of creating enabling environments, I got a lot of insights, insights on being free to be, making it easy to be vulnerable, right, around people so they don't think you're a superwoman, they can do everything, right? That was really, really, really interesting. That's a nice concept which I intend to employ going forward. So I've been able to learn from other participants. So I've been able to learn how they are able to create different engagement activities to make the people's life meaningful at the workplaces. So it has actually been a very learning process for me. Aside being a panelist, I've also been able to learn from other people how they are able to involve the employees in the workplace. And I've been able to write a whole lot and hoping to include that in my company where I work.
The major thing from all the panelists is very clear that employee well-being is at the forefront of every organization and it goes way beyond the profitability. So organizations are now looking for ways that they can keep their employees engaged, so that they can be able to achieve the bottom line, which is profits, generate revenue and all of that. So I feel that from these discussions, you can tell that organizations are being intentional about coming up with different employee employee wellness strategy in terms of how they can keep their employees engaged, how they can reduce turnover, and how they can make their employees.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics on Bdtv. I am Inyobong Iwok.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast. This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Inside Politics on Bdtv. I'm Inyo Work. Today on the program, we'll be assessing the 2-year administration of President Bola Tinubu. How has the administration fared? Since assuming office on May 29, 2023, on the mantra of Renew Hope agenda, President Bola Tinubu has taken tough decisions to reposition the Nigerian economy. The administration did not hide its intention from the start by implementing sweeping economic reform policies across the sector. Reforms such as removal of the fuel subsidy, which had taken petrol prices low for decades, ending the central bank financing of the naira, financing of the fiscal deficit, and floating the naira have been embarked upon by the Tinubu's administration. Despite criticism from Nigerians, the government said the reforms were necessary to correct the country's public finance. However, 2 years down the line, economists say the measures have come at a cost for many ordinary Nigerians. Many of them are experiencing the worst cost of living crisis in a generation. Many Nigerians say the reforms has not yielded the needed gains so far. To assess the Tinubu's administration, policies and reforms, and the state of the nation, I'm being joined by Wumi Biwaji. He's a lawyer and former minority leader of the House of Representatives. He was in the House of Representatives from 1999 to 2027. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good to have you.
And your viewers.
Yes. Tinubu
My pleasure.
Yeah, the 2 years in office of the Tinubu's administration, so much were promised in 2023 when they came on board. The renewed hope agenda. Nigerians were promised stable power supply. Of course, they said they will reform the economy. How do you assess the administration?
Well, thank you. The administration is doing fantastically well. Fantastically well. Going by, what the Tinubu administration inherited in 2023 from the former president. The reforms that were implemented, especially the twin reforms of the unification of the exchange rate.
Yes.
And that of the removal of subsidy. So these two reforms are, have had a tremendous effect on the general architecture of the economy, so much that today we can say that the economy has tanked out. The worst is over, and Nigeria is on the trajectory of growth and prosperity. So I think I will give the government a pass mark for that.
But many people, many Nigerians, analysts, economics say that not much has been felt in terms of this reform. People on the street, Nigerians on the street, if you look at of course, many people actually think this reform, one of the reasons why this reform has not actually worked is because a lot of them were implemented at the same time. Maybe the government if they have been gradual in the way they went about it. Of course, we saw what happened last year when inflation went up, the cost of living went up. Inflation went up as far as 34%. Though it has come down to about 23% as at March, according to the NBC. But many Nigerians feel that these policies, they have not seen any significant improvement in their lives.
No, anybody that says he has not seen any improvement is being is telling lies. What we have going on in Nigeria today, we have a huge macroeconomic reforms that is going on. For example, the unification of the exchange rate. This has led to the removal of arbitrage in the economy. Nigeria was paying billions and billions and billions of naira. That's amounting to, a huge chunk of the entire economy into private pockets in the name of special packages for some privileged individuals. And these individuals are the ones who are now taking this foreign exchange and going into the exchange, the market, and then changing it into naira. So the thing is this: when you have reforms of this nature, of this magnitude, these reforms must have consequences, and the initial consequences may not be so palatable, but in the end, you are going to get results. And we can already see that we are already getting results. Nobody can deny today that Nigeria now has a very strong fiscal buoyancy. From a paltry budget of 18 trillion, 17 trillion, now Nigeria is budgeting around 50 something trillion. Very ambitious, people will say.
Yes.
But then the revenue projection for Nigeria is so huge now that today, gradually we can say that we are getting out of revenue problem. What we now probably need to focus on might be our monetary policy. Now, are we going to talk about the student loan, which this government has implemented?
But some of this, if I'm totally sure, the student loan have not been a success. We saw some of the controversy that emanated from that recently. The student loan, if you mention the student loan have not been a success. Look at the controversy. Look at the scandal that emanated from.
Even in the US, there is no scandal. You are bringing in a new program. Of course, there are people in the university, the university administration, who must also think that, maybe they can take something, they can rake something off this process. So when you are bringing in a new program like this, it must have a kind of teething problems.
There was no proper...
Like some students are getting the loan, they are not even aware that they've been credited.
Yes, that means there was no proper coordination.
Yes, it is for the people managing the program to look at the whatever problems they might have and then fix it. But that will not remove the fact that thousands of students are now benefiting and billions of naira are now being pumped into this. And students who might not have had opportunity of going to school are now in school, and then they are even being paid allowances. We can only be able to do this because we have the money.
Let's look at power supply. Let's look at power
Nigeria
supply.
is implementing the.
Let's look at power supply.
Yes.
There have been significant
Power
supply.
Yes.
The nation have improved,
Okay.
but we've seen tariffs have also gone up. But the supply, a lot of Nigerians say, is still not where it should be. Power supply is still
not perfect.
very, very poor.
There is nobody in this country today who will say that power supply was the same way it was in 2022 or 2021. In a community where I live today, we have an average of 20 to 23, or sometimes 24 hours of light. Sometimes we have light for a whole month.
But that means you are paying heavily. Are you on band A?
Yes, I'm on band A. Yes, I am paying. But you cannot say heavily. I know how much I spend on my diesel before this stuff came, and I still have my generator. So, but it's for me to now choose. If I have to choose between fueling my generator I'm paying 200 and something per kilowatt. I think it is still far cheaper to pay
do you
what
think
I'm paying
this
to
ban
band
A,
A.
ban B is something that the government should think of retaining, like considering
Yes,
a lot
it
of
is still
Nigerians can't
far
afford it?
cheaper, and it is available anyway. It is available.
But we keep hearing tariff increase in the power sector. But a lot of Nigerians think service has not actually improved. That we can't begin to use this ban A, ban B system. It's not something that the government should continue to rely on for a very long time. Considering that most Nigerians can't really afford it, and power is not something that you should
Well, you see, when we talk about you have to balance affordability with availability. The people that are providing the power, they are spending money, and it is not the responsibility of government to provide electricity to your home. Even for those of us that we lived abroad, we went to school abroad, you charge your card, and if you run out of power, you run out of power. Government is not going to power your house.
So the government is on track.
And then you buy the amount that you can afford.
So what you're saying, the government is on track in that sector. Yeah, what you're saying, the government is on track in the power sector.
Yeah, the government is doing very well, because if you cannot afford the band A, you could probably move to another band which you can be able to.
Let's look at
afford.
Let's look at security, for example. The state of insecurity in the country has over the last few months. We saw the killings in other parts of the country, kidnappings. Look at what happened in North Central, Plateau, Benue. Don't you think the government should have probably handled these issues more better? We saw these are issues we know that have been occurring in the previous administration of Jonathan Buhari. But it appears a lot of Nigerians expect that the Tinubu administration should be able to nip this in the bud, tackle this issue of security. But it appears the government is
can anybody in all fairness say that either Buhari or Jonathan did better than Tinubu has been doing in the last 2 years? That would be false. That would be false. This government has done so much. Of course, Nigeria is a country of almost 1 million square kilometers, and a country of almost 230 million people.
Yes.
So there's no way Nigeria can secure every inch of its territory, and the government is trying its best. And when this President Tinubu spoke about local government reforms and all of that we should take funding back straight to the local government. That was what the government meant. That, you see, the local government itself has a role to play when it comes to security. No community can be more secure than it wants to be secure. Today, we now know the secret. And the secret is basic, that there are communities where some locals are serving as informants to insurgents. So when it comes to that, there is little that the government can do.
Why is the government not keen? State police. We know Tinubu has been an advocate of restructuring, even when he was governor of Lagos State. One wonders why is the government not doing enough in centralizing the security of the empower governors more? Let us have state police, which governors, stakeholders have said is the way forward in tackling security in the country.
Yes, the National Economic Council is discussing the idea of state police, and the National Assembly is working on the legislative architecture of a state police. And I think at the end of the day, we are going to come up with a state police architecture. But I think that I was one of those that canvass for state police like over 20 years ago. But then the matrix has changed. And what has changed really now is that, if you want to talk about state police, you want to talk about the financing. You don't want, a state that is hardly able to pay salary cannot now really like have its state police, and you are not going to give guns to people, AK-47 to police officers who is being owed 2 months, 3 months salary. That will be a recipe for chaos. And that was what the president said. The first thing we need to fix the problem of financing. So when we fix that, today now, we now know that the states are getting financially better. So the states are now getting into a situation whereby they can be able to finance state police. But then my own idea of state police now might be in form of a regional structure, not maybe a state by state thing.
Regional structure, probably have the Southwest structure, just like what we have in the Southwest,
Yes, we can have a regional structure. So a particular commissioner of police, maybe a commissioner of police from Lagos State might be brought from Ekiti State. And commissioner of police in Oyo State might be brought in from Lagos State.
Before
the financing will be
our time is fast. So what advice will you want to give the Tinubu's administration? What do you think? A lot of people, cabinet reshuffle has been talked about in recent weeks. What are the things Tinubu administration, President Tinubu should be doing? As he clocked 2 years and 3 years, what do you think if you had to advise him?
My advice would be for the government to stay the course of the reforms. The reforms are working very well. We have started to see results. Inflation rate is dropping. Inflation rate is coming down. We have the tax reforms, which is also coming on board, which is going to improve the revenue of the country tremendously. So I believe that the government should stay the course and not deviate from the macroeconomic reforms.
A lot of people believe the Tinubu's administration do not have the right people in office. Some of the ministers are not really. Some of them we hardly can hear what they are doing there. Don't you think cabinet reshuffle should part of the agenda of this government?
I don't really think that in any institution, even at the National Assembly,
yes,
the people that are the shakers and movers of the National Assembly are less than 1% of the people that are there. So in a particular cabinet, maybe not more than probably maybe 5% of that cabinet will be doing very well. But then the fact will be that if the majority of members of the cabinet are doing fine, and the leadership of the cabinet is doing fine, I don't think there is need for any cabinet at this point. I don't think there's any need for any cabinet. No doubt about it. Some ministers are doing wonderfully well than others, but by and large, I think all the ministers are doing fine.
You were in the House of Rep at the beginning of the Fourth Republic. You were there from 1999 to 2007, and there's so much criticism about the present crop of federal lawmakers that we have, especially the Senate. A lot of Nigerians feel they are rubber stamped. Anything the president brings, they just pass it without that check is not strong. What is your take?
Anybody talking about describing this present National Assembly as a rubber stamp is being ignorant. The job of the National Assembly is not to antagonize look, when you say a governor has performed, like when you say a fashioner has performed in Lagos State or a Tinubu has performed in Lagos State, people forget the fact that that governor or president or whatever has had the support of the parliament. So when you see a Tinubu and a National Assembly working hand in hand together to implement all these reforms without any acrimony, I think they should be praised rather than condemned. So I think they are doing wonderfully well by working with the executive, doing the job that they have been elected to do. They were not elected to fight or to antagonize the executive.
But what people are saying is that it's not everything the president brings, they should begin to borrowing. We see, and everything. What we are seeing in recent time is that everything the president brings, borrowing, they just approve.
Wait, the president brought student loan. Do you expect the National Assembly to say no to student loan? The president brought tax reforms, the tax bills. Do you expect them to say no? Of course, they will have the input.
It's not that.
You bring a budget, the president will bring a budget estimate, and then the National Assembly will have its inputs. So, and that's the three arms of government, including the judiciary, they are arms of the same government, and they have to work hand in hand in order to deliver.
What is your take in we've seen the defection of politicians to the ruling party in recent weeks ahead of 2027. Everybody's moving towards APC. Even the National Assembly, I think we have only 30 senators who are of the PDP now. It's alarming. A lot of people talking about APC planning to foil the one-party state on Nigerians. What is your take on the state of wave of defection and the state of opposition politics?
I think the only thing that is alarming is the people that are raising the false alarm.
Really?
It's only false. Yes, false. That is what is alarming to me, because when you look at our constitution, we will not talk in isolation of the constitution. The constitution has provided a multi-party democracy. And that's why you have INEC. What's the job of the INEC? The job of the INEC is to register political parties. And you have so many political parties. And I don't know if any of those commentators have actually done any study on why people defect. There are more than 5 reasons why people will defect.
But don't you think there's a problem? There's a problem. When you are elected on the platform, you are elected on the platform, or midway you dump that platform to another party, just because you would see that party is more juicy. Isn't that a problem? We should block that loophole. Isn't that a challenge you think?
You see, juicy. No, juicy is just one. But look, you have a particular a state, a whole state, like Delta State, for example. The governor, the senators, everybody. So everybody decammed. So yes, everybody decammed. Everybody. So in that case, will you say, in all fairness, that the people elected you abandon them, and then you are going into look, the thing is that the major reason why you are political party, if you study the constitution, the major reason why you are in a political party, for God's sake, is for you to be able to attain power, to be in office. If you are in a party, for example, and that party, as we speak, we have like almost less than 1 year into elections, and you are not even sure who is going to sign your forms to INEC.
Yes.
You are not sure who is the authentic chairman, who will be the authentic secretary. You are not sure if the matter, if it goes to court, how it will be resolved. Maybe after the election, somebody will tell you, oh, the person that signed your form is not the authentic one. The authentic one is the one that signed the other form. If you are a politician and you want to run for office, definitely you want to go to a party that is stable. So that you can be sure if you run for election and you win, it will not be challenged, it will not be nullified by the courts.
So the defection are justified. That you are saying the defection are justified because there are problems in the opposition party.
There are many reasons why somebody will want to leave his party and join another party. Not necessarily because nobody is being forced.
But
nobody will be forced
opposition
to.
politicians have said it is the APC that is instigating problem in this PDP, NNPP, and other parties.
That is false. That is false. I was leader of opposition for 4 years in parliament. That is false. Nobody forces anyone to come and join another party.
They say they are being coerced to join APC.
Nobody can coerce you to join. I was a minority leader. Even within that minority, we have so many of our members that decamped from our party and decamped into the PDP. And so many of these people now saying nonsense. None of them said anything at that time.
So you do not believe that Nigeria is in danger of one-party state?
The Alliance for Democracy that I headed lost so many members. Lost so many members at that time. And nobody said anything.
What we are seeing now
nonsense are they saying?
What we are seeing now is that the opposition are weakened as we head towards 2027. Although Atiku and El-Rufai have been trying a lot to form an alliance, a coalition ahead of 2027. But with the way it's going, President Tinubu may just have an easy ride towards win 2027 presidential election. Isn't that a problem when a sitting president in a country like of Nigeria have an easy ride like that towards I mean, it's not the process is not competitive enough. Isn't that a problem?
That Rufai you are mentioning, was Rufai not part of the APC? That Rufai was he not part of the APC? Did Rufai not move? Was he not part of PDP?
He fell out.
Did Rufai not move from PDP to APC and now moving from APC to SDP?
Yes.
So suddenly, Rufai has now become a look. The thing is that Rufai left APC because he was not able to become a minister. If Rufai had been appointed a minister, would he have left the APC? No, he would not have left.
So you are not afraid that Nigeria is heading towards one-party state?
There is nothing like one-party state. The party structure in Nigeria is governed by the 1999 Constitution. And the 1999 Constitution says, Section 222 says, Nigeria is a multi-party democracy. Multi-party democracy. As we speak, we have registered with INEC over more than 30 political parties are registered. And INEC has not withdrawn their registration certificates, and they are participating in elections.
All right, let's move on. You have always been
people do not.
I've spoken with you several times. You have always been an advocate of restructuring. You believe that the genesis of the problem that we face, the economic problem we face in Nigeria today, is because of the structure. And without restructuring, there may not be any headway. And of course, I've spoken with a lot of stakeholders too. The leader of Afenifere Renewal, it was here. It was here some he said without restructuring Nigeria can't make any headway. Do you still hold that view that restructuring is something Nigeria must do?
Of course, we must restructure. There is no way. We must restructure. The only way, out of just some moments ago we spoke about state police.
Yes.
Then there was this idea of local government in a proper federation. What is local government doing in a federal constitution? I've never read any constitution in the world, a federal constitution that has written into it provisions relating to local government. So we have to restructure. So we can postpone the evil day, but it will always, the schism present within the Nigerian democracy, where you have the North working against the South, the Middle Belt working against the Core North, and all that. The only way to resolve everything will be to restructure the country.
A lot of people say that
a
lot of people say that the issue that is our constitution, that we need a new constitution.
we need a new constitution, but I am not an advocate of demonizing the
They say the present
1999.
constitution is faulty, and that's the
1999
genesis of all our
constitution.
problems. The Patriots met some weeks ago.
I don't think so. I don't think 1999 constitution is our problem. A constitution that has safeguarded our democracy for 25 years. 25 years of uninterrupted democracy.
But safeguard democracy, but we have seen the problems that we've had. We've seen the problem that we've had. Even the current president, admitted several times, even when he was governor and then after governor, that restructuring is inevitable. Even the committee set up by the APC, some years ago, admitted that restructuring was something that the government must do.
We must restructure. What I am saying is that you cannot blame the 1999 constitution for whatever problem you are having with Nigeria's democracy. You cannot blame This is the same constitution that has guaranteed us uninterrupted democracy for over 25 years. Over 25 years. That document should not be demonized. It should not be demonized. If we say there are areas we can improve upon, there are several areas we can improve upon. But definitely, this constitution is not as bad as people are portraying it to be.
All right, finally, what is your take on the coalition? If you want a minute on the coalition planned by Atiku and other position to challenge President Tinubu in 2027?
It is dead on arrival. That coalition is dead on arrival.
Why do you say so?
The 2027 election is over. Is over. Bola Tinubu will be re-elected with a massive majority.
But he's losing support in the north.
On election day.
But you can never be sure. This is 2025. You can never be sure what will happen.
Bola Tinubu is not losing support. Bola Tinubu went to where in the north. The Northwest caucus of the APC just had their conference where they unanimously endorsed the president. The president just some few weeks ago went to visit Buhari, and on the streets of Katsina, people lined up the streets. To welcome President Tinubu into Katsina.
Yes.
And several other this elder statesman, I've forgotten his name now. I said, some people will make noise. Some disgruntled elements in the north will make noise, but they are not majority.
But you know,
they are minority who lost out in the power equation.
What we are hearing is that Atiku want to make Obi the vice president. Are you not about that? Isn't this if Atiku make Obi a vice president, it could be a major obstacle to Tinubu, knowing how popularity Obi is, or the Obedient movement.
Atiku and Obi ran in 2019.
Yes, 2019, yes.
So what is new in Atiku being president and Obi being vice president? There's nothing new about it. We have had it in 2019, and they were roundly defeated. And let me tell you this, 2027 election is going to be a different ball game. You now have a Bola Tinubu as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. There is no Naira change now. No Naira change.
The opposition are afraid that
INEC... No working with some...
The opposition are afraid that INEC will not be... INEC will not do
the APC to sabotage Bola Tinubu.
Thank you very much, sir. Our time is up. Thank you very much.
As far as I'm concerned, the 2027 election is done.
Thank you very much, sir. I've been speaking with Wunmi Biwaji on Inside Politics. He is a lawyer and former minority leader of the House of Representatives. Thank you for joining us on today's program. My name is Inyo Bongiwo. Stay tuned for Bdtv.
You are watching Business Day Television.